Welcome to the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games and the Italian ski resort of Cortina d'Ampezzo, nestled in the heart of the Dolomites in northern Italy. Known as the Pearl of the Dolomites, the Tofana Alpine Skiing Centre plays host to all the alpine skiing events at these Paralympic Winter Games, where the legendary Olympia della Tofana piste will provide a breathtaking and unforgettable stage to all the action. A packed session schedule. It is Paralpine downhill day at the 2026 Paralympic Winter Games, and there are 6 gold medals to be awarded, 3 for the women, 3 for the men, across 3 sport classes: vision impairment, standing and sitting. 2026 marks the 50th anniversary of the inaugural games held in Örnsköldsvik in Sweden, and since those daring pioneers pushed out the start gate in 1976, the Paralympic Winter Games has gone from strength to strength. The very first medals of these Paralympic Winter Games will be decided here in the alpine skiing. Here are the weather conditions. Snow temperature at the moment -6, but air temperature 1.4, so above freezing. Conditions on piste icy for the moment, but that is sure to change as we go through the session.
It is a beautiful spring day on the mountain. However, this has impacted the snow condition. We are likely to see the snow melting away, a little bit softer of a surface. Downhill ski racers generally prefer hard packed for cutting in with those ski edges. So towards the men's events, we'll likely see some softer snow.
A difficult day for technicians as well.
Absolutely. The wax choices will be important, ensuring that the skis can hold up and perform so that the athletes can do their job out there on the hill today.
Women's downhill, vision impaired, will get the Alpine program at the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games underway. A glorious day. And let's have a look at the start list. No one from the downhill podium back in Beijing 2022 is here, but Veronica Aigner going at 3. She is the favourite, but Chiara Matzel of Italy going at 4. She is the world champion, and she was quickest in training with a time of 1:23.35, a couple of seconds quicker than Aigner. So it's going to be very interesting to see where the battle goes here. We've just got 7 racers here in the women's downhill vision impaired. Spectacular view looking down over the ski area in Cortina d'Ampezzo. But the Aigner family in Beijing won 9 of 18 medals in the vision impaired across men and women. Extraordinary. And there's 2 of them racing here.
It's quite remarkable. Veronica Aigner, Johannes Aigner have had incredibly successful World Cup seasons, and we can expect both of those athletes to dominate during these games.
So here is the course profile of the iconic Tofana piste. The races start at just under 2,200 metres. The iconic Schuss section is just out the start hut for the athletes today. Then there's the Duca d'Aosta jump. Key turns such as Delta and Gran Cavone. It's a total length of 2.1 kilometres. They're in 39 gates, set by Falco Tetsma of the Netherlands.
The Milano Cortina Paralympic downhill course, it will test athletes to the extreme. Physical, mental, technical challenges. We have steep gradients, we have jumps. There are blind rollers that will require athletes to look ahead because they will not be able to see the gates coming. Technical, undulating, challenging terrain, and then flatter sections where it will be critical to ensure you can maintain and carry speed across long gliding turns.
Well, we look back up the Tofana Schuss. There is the start hut. Alpine skiing at the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games is underway, and Alexandra Rexova of Slovakia with her guide Sofia Polak get us underway, and a chance for us to see this track in all its glory.
Straight away over the Duca d'Aosta jump, this pairing will be looking to set a fast time as the opening starters for this Milano Cortina Paralympic downhill.
You can hear the guide talking constantly to her athlete, talking her all the way through, the bright pink bib allowing the racer to see her way down. But what are the rules in terms of the connection between guide and skier?
So there are certain distances that the guide must maintain from their distance from the athlete with the vision impairment. Now it is critical these athletes will be communicating through the headsets that they are both wearing. The guide Pollack will be providing the instructions. They will have slow slipped the course previously. They have had 2 downhill training runs, which has enabled them to memorise the course, understand where the change in terrain will be. And this is critical for athletes with vision impairment who will likely be feeling through their feet in order to gain the perceptions of the information of the course that perhaps their eyes isn't able to deliver for them.
A number of jumps on this track, and very, very difficult for all the athletes to judge it, especially with vision impairment, because you can't judge the compression of the jump. Here they come to the finish line over the final jump. Great work from Rexova, and she will stop the clock at 1:36.68. Good job from Rexova and Pollack. She's enjoying that, and so she should. Great starter. Martina Vodza and her guide Jelenia Savidusi are the start hut. Vodza, second Paralympic Winter Games. 4 DNFs in Beijing. What can she do here? She is the world champion in downhill.
One of the challenging aspects of this course is the continuous changing of terrain. Athletes will need to be listening for their guides for that specific instruction of where the gradient will change underneath them. Also the long turn shapes. They require long edge sets, which are physically demanding to keep a hold of when you are travelling at these speeds.
Just checking that Vodza is in the right line, but she's not going to depose Rexova. And the athlete quickest in training is 7 seconds slower on race day. Good skiing from Vodza. Well, a DNF in Beijing. She's down to the bottom of the downhill on home snow. Veronica Aigner and Lily Sammer, the next to challenge. And Aigner, well, what an extraordinary season she has had. She has won 3 of the 5 downhills on the World Cup this season, and already nearly 2.5 seconds up on Rexova.
She's had an incredible season. Traditionally races with her sister Elizabeth Aigner, who sustained an ACL injury earlier this season, and so we see her here being guided by Lily Sammer. Incredible to be able to create this new partnership so incredibly quickly here at the Paralympic Games.
Yeah, Sammer actually still part of the Austrian Paralympic team. She guides Michael Schnagel in giant slalom and slalom. So very adept at this, but it is a heck of a change, isn't it?
An incredible ability to be able to move between athletes, learn the new styles of communication between them.
This is quick, very quick. 4.9 seconds, the right side of the clock for Veronica Aigner. Great run from Aigner. Superb line through that double gate, and the relief and joy getting down. Diana Madsell and her guide Nicola Cottini the next to go. They're chasing down the time of Aigner, which is 1:22.55. And Matzel, the world champion, VI downhill.
This pairing did win the second downhill training run, with Veronica Aigner and Samuel winning the opening, so it will be a tight tussle between these two for the podium.
You can see the guide has a speaker around his waist, and that just helps following the music as well as the pink suit. 1:01.42 at the next split, and Matzel is 0.65, wrong side of the clock.
This course provides a lot of opportunity for generating and accelerating speed, but also the loss of speed, and that is the technical difficulty of this Milano Cortina Paralympic downhill.
1:22.55 the time to beat. She's going to be outside it. She goes quicker than she did in training, but it's not quick enough to depose Aigner. Second for the time being for Chiara Matzel of Italy and her guide Nicola Cotticatini. Great slow-mos. The pair coming down this track. You can see the loose snow coming off the back of the skis. Choi Sada and her guide Yo Eun-mi, the next to go from People's Republic of Korea, 22 years of age, second Paralympic Winter Games, raced tech in Beijing, which is slalom and giant slalom, down for all 5 here. That is downhill Super G, Alpine combined, giant slalom and slalom. So the first split sees a 2.71 off the pace. Great commitment to the cause from Choi here. Hard to get a sense of how steep this track is and how difficult it is.
At the steepest pitch of the Tofana Chute, the iconic rock section at the very start of the course, we will see gradients of up to 65 degrees. And so athletes will be facing very steep pitches along with all of these changing terrain conditions.
So 1:22.55 is Aigner's time. Choi's going to be outside. 6.48 off the pace. 1.5 seconds off the podium, and that is the joy that you are seeing there. Good skiing from Choi, but just short of a podium position. Eva Nikou and her guide Dimitris Rafensas from Greece, the next to go. Nikou's second Paralympic Winter Games. Had a World Championship podium back in 2023 when she was third in the downhill. Super G, probably her favoured discipline. She's had a couple of podiums on the World Cup this year.
You can see the snow surface starting to chip away already, with the snow coming off both skiers' edges as they are making those long turns. One of the trickiest parts of this course is how far away the gates are. It requires long edge sets, holding onto the ski edge for a long period of time, which is physically challenging to hold on to.
Final few turns then for Nikou. Over the final jump, touch for the line, and Nikou does cross 1:36.07 into 6th position with 1 to come.
Spencer Gustafsson, he'll lead his sister Margaret Gustafsson on the journey.
The final pair, Meg Gustafsson and her older brother Spencer, leave the start hut. Gustafsson just 16 years of age, Spencer 18.
What an incredible experience for the brother-sister duo. Wonderful communication between them, as you can hear Spencer cheering Meg on, providing the instructions of how to navigate down this course.
Made their World Cup debut this season. Had a third in their first race, which was a slalom in Feldberg in Germany. Spencer talking his sister all the way down, and Gustafsson stops the clock. He goes into sixth, 10.14 off the pace. Good ski from the brother-sister duo. And there is your podium for the women's downhill vision impaired. Well, Victoria Aigner continues her domination, and she takes the women's downhill vision impaired. She wins the very first medal of these Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games, alongside, of course, Lily Sammer. Confirmation then of the women's downhill vision impaired. Veronica Aigner and Lily Sammer take the gold medal. Chiara Matzel and Nicola Cotti-Cotini the silver for Italy, and Alexandra Rexova and Sofia Polak of Slovakia the bronze. The women's downhill standing at the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games about to get underway. The defending champion is Molly Jepson. Molly Richard is the World Cup downhill winner for this season, and Rida is the world champion, while Arsio of Sweden was the quickest in training. It is beautifully set up here for the women's downhill standing category. Michaela Gosselin of Canada gets the women's downhill standing underway. The Canadian in her second Paralympic Winter Games had 4 top 5 finishes in Beijing, with a best of 4th in slalom, and has 1 podium to her name this season, a 3rd in Santa Catarina way back in December of 25.
A clean run so far, looking smooth down this course.
I get a chance to follow her down from the drone, and this is a really technical section for the athletes. This tests their gliding abilities.
The undulating terrain, physically demanding, as you need to compress your legs every time you move over a roller and then across a jump like this.
It just gets pushed very low in the line. Didn't quite get the line right over the jump, and consequently is fighting her line as she gets further down. She can get it back now, but that would have cost her some time.
And the carry-on impact of losing speed means that across that flat, you do
1:27.26 for Gosselin of Canada. She sets the pace in the women's standing. Canadian fans happy. Got to keep their flags waving. Molly Jepson of Canada gets the instruction of send it, the defending Paralympic downhill champion. Can she set a time to test the rest at the top? She's the wrong side of the clock at the first split by 4/10. But as she comes to the second split, she's gained it back to 1400ths now. Be interesting because Gosselin, we thought, got the wrong line on this bottom section. Let's see what Jepson does on this final jump, coming here on this left footer. They're much higher in the line, as you can see, inside the blue dye. Racers can go outside that blue dye, they've just got to make the gates.
Wanting to take the tightest line to the bottom, which will be the fastest. Of course, you've got to be able to withstand the forces that you're sustaining down the gravitational pull.
1:27.26 is beaten by 1.16 seconds. Jepson moves into provisional gold. But has she done enough to defend her title? Time will tell. Teammate applauds her down. Varvara Voronchinkina of Russia now. First Paralympic Winter Games, medaled at every event at the 2022 World Championships, winning Super G and Super Combined, second in the others. She was second in both the downhills in Saalbach earlier in this season, and she's 0.72 the right side of the clock of Jepson.
Doing a great job at a high line, that precision control of changing direction, particularly through this section where there are blind rollers. It is hard to see the gates ahead, and it means that you need to be pinpoint perfect with knowing which direction you're going before you're able to see that next gate ahead.
1.48 now the right side of the clock for Voronchinkina. Just gets a little in the back seat off that roller, and as a result gets pushed low again, gets pushed a little low. 1:26.10 is under some threat, and she's beaten it by 1.63 seconds. 1:24.47 is the new time to beat.
Nice control off that jump and landing, moving straight onto the next gate.
Bib number 11 is Aurélie Richard of France. She won the overall race this season. She was also the World Cup downhill winner. She was dominant in downhill. 4 wins and 2 seconds and 0.32 the right side of the clock. The French athlete, who was quickest in training run 1, is got the bit between her teeth.
Beautiful edge set, carrying speed down these steeper sections as she transitions through to some of these long, winding turns.
Oh, just gets thrown into the back seat there. You can see her winding the windows with that left arm. Hasn't finished outside the top 4 in any race on the World Cup this season. She's a little low in the line through here though. And it just sees it drop to 0.33, and you just wonder if that low line might compound itself.
Absolutely, it will impact how she can carry and maintain speed. Oh no, she's dropping low, she's been able to keep it through the gates, hold that speed as much as possible.
1:24.47, she's beaten it by 3/4 of a second. There were mistakes in there, but there is time in the bottom of this track. But Richard has skied it magnificently and goes into top spot. Great ski from Aurélie Richard. Bib number 12, Kelsey O'Driscoll from the United States of America. Won World Cup podium to her name this year, third in the opener back in December. She's also had success in Super G as well. And at the first tie split though, just over a second off the pace of Richard. First Paralympic Winter Games for the American. How difficult is it when you're first at Paralympic Winter Games with everything that goes on to settle? I appreciate everyone's different.
Incredibly nerve-wracking. Oh, she's gone very wide. She's managed to save it and stay within the course. That will impact her speed. Time runs away very quickly when you're on the mountain. It is nerve-wracking though. Your debut Paralympic Games, your very first event. There are all sorts of emotions running through you as you are about to push out of that start gate and onto the mountain for the first time.
They need to be a little tighter, and she's missed the gate. And that will be a DNF for O'Driscoll, I'm afraid. There's just 2 fast skiers left coming over that final terrain change.
Really requires quick directional changes, even though the gates are so far apart. Being able to move with those speeds and be agile to get across from gate to gate. And she's drifted low, which has impacted her line, and then just hasn't been able to keep it within the gate.
Yeah, it's the entry to Romello is where she's had that error. Audrey Crowley of the United States of America, the next to challenge, 19 years of age. This is her first major championships, or her first major championships was the world champ, in 25, where she was third. A couple of third places in Tignes in France coming into these games. And at the time split, 42.94 is Richard. Crowley 2.1 off the pace. Through that section. And this is where she's got to get the line right, and she does.
Carrying the speed nicely down that hill, through the undulating terrain here onto the flights.
Into that aerodynamic tuck position, off the final jump, 1:23.71, it's gone. 3.78 off the pace. Crowley slides into 5th position. Nice line through that double gate on the right ski.
Presses well over the jump and straight back into that tuck, trying to generate as much speed as possible.
Ebba Arsjö of Sweden, this possibly the last challenger to Aurélie Richard in top spot. And how is she going? 0.42, the right side of the clock. Oh, runs a little wide there, but no damage done. There was quite a bit of carving in there rather than sliding, so she should carry the speed.
She held her edge set beautifully, and that should minimise the impact of the slight error. She is moving down this course very quickly.
Remember, Richard had a number of mistakes in the bottom half of this track, so if Arsjö can ski it cleanly, she's got to give herself a really good chance of topping Richard's time.
She's moving really nicely through these undulating wide, long turns, carrying a lot of speed.
That's where Richard went low, and this is a much better line for Arcia. And does the clock reflect it? Yes, it does. 1.1 the right side of the clock. This is a great run from the Swede, who was quickest in training, remember. Oh, gets a little light there, but stays pretty good on the line. This is great skiing from the Swede, and the 1:23.71 is surely under threat. Here comes Arcia, she's taken it. 1:22 dead, 6/10 quicker than training. What a reception for Emma Arcia at the bottom here. What a ski that was. What was impressive is when she made the line mistake, she didn't overcorrect.
She remained calm and she held that edge set, and that is what enables you to hold that speed and continue the momentum down the hill despite the little balance changes.
Claire Petit of the Netherlands, the next to go. It's her first Paralympic Winter Games, but she's been to a couple of World Championships. Had 4 top 10s in 4 starts at World Championships with a best of 7th. Regular top 10 racer on the World Cup this season, hasn't managed to get on the podium. And is doing a good job through that section.
Starting to drop a little low in her line. If she can bring that arc higher up to the gate, she'll be able to generate a little bit more speed.
Into Romello. And nicely going. Impresses that terrain change nicely to keep the ski in contact with the snow. Nicely done from Petit. Across she comes. 6.29 off the pace, into 7th position for the time being. Hondo Ami from Japan, the next to go, her 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. Raced in, oh, but she's gone. No, we didn't see why she's out, but she's clearly fallen. And let's hope that crouches disappointment and not pain. Let's have a look. Over the Duca d'Aosta.
Oh, gets in the back seat on the landing. And slides out. Let's hope she's okay.
Yeah, getting pushed onto the tails. It looks like it's more disappointment than an injury, and let's hope that's the case, so she'll be back. And she's able to ski down of her own accord, so that would suggest that she hasn't picked up anything that's going to prevent her from participating in the rest of these games.
They will allow her to clear the course safely before the next starter begins.
Making her way down off the racing line. Right, Emma Arcia, no wonder she is smiling from ear to ear. That was a fantastic run. This is the end of Arcia's run.
Straight into the tuck. All about speed.
Well, it looks like she's going to go 2 better than 4 years ago in Beijing. So 1 minute call given to Zhang Mengqiu. Well, Zhang, 5 medals 4 years ago. She was first in Super G and Giant Slalom, second in downhill Super Combined and Slalom. So Marcia will be a little concerned and looking up, but we'll get a chance to see the full course now. Also had 2 silvers at the World Championships in 2025 in Giant Slalom and Slalom. There were no speed events at the World Champs in 2025 because of conditions. Zhang Mengqiu from the People's Republic of China is on track, and a chance to see the Tafana Schuss where they pick up speed so rapidly into the tuck position. She comes, and the next part here is the Duca d'Aosta jump. Nicely done. Oh, just gets the line wrong.
She'll be trying to reset that line to ensure she can get high through the turns, generating that speed along this section of the course.
Yeah, onto the traverse, having just come round Delta, which is the double gate on the right ski, and now come to the Gran Curvone, which is this long left footer. 3:08 off the pace of Asia. Can she get the skis running through here? The top 3 separated by 2.47 seconds. So there is space on the podium, but at 5.31, she's going to struggle. She's very low in the line.
Difficult section coming off the traverse through, dropping low, as we've seen a number of athletes do. An opportunity here through the flatter sections to gain that back, but with a couple of mistakes further up, you do lose that time quickly.
Zhang for the line, 1:29.66, slides into 8th position. Top 3 untroubled. Next out of the start hut is Xu Wenjing from the People's Republic of China. First Paralympic Winter Games. Had her first World Cup win this season in the opening Super G. And had 4 other podiums across Super G, Giant Slalom and Slalom. 42.39, and she's 4.61 off the pace. Trying to pick the line, trying to find some pace. Now it's got to get the entry right here. Gravity's pushing you skiers left, and you've got to try and stay as far skiers right as you can. .122 is long gone, and it's 10.24. The pace goes into 9th position. Annie Johnson of the United States of America out on course, the 31-year-old in her second Paralympic Winter Games. Has a philosophy of feel the fear and do it anyway.
Which is a perfect philosophy for the Paralympic downhill. That is exactly what is required to send it down that mountain.
Had a best result of 12th in the Super G back in Beijing of 2022. And on the World Cup, had a purple patch in Wesenaar in Switzerland on the other side of the mountain from Verbier in January 2023. Had three.
Oh no!
Oh no,
oh.
she's gone low. Well, the brakes are on, though, to make it back.
That will have cost her a lot of time.
Yeah, the speed completely scrubbed off. Oh, so yeah, she got 3 podiums in Giant Slalom in consecutive days in Wesenaar, and then had a day off and then came back to get a third place in the slalom. So
she's washed off a lot of speed from that big error earlier in the course.
And he's down and will cross the line in 10th position. 13:34, a smile across her face. Yeah, the heart would have been racing when that error came in. But good correction.
Drops low, hits some soft snow, and then the brakes go on, and that is not the way you want to move down that downhill. She did well to save it and stay in the course.
Ebelastia of Sweden is the Paralympic Winter Games champion of 2026. Great performance by her. Aurélie Richard of France takes the silver medal. And rounding off the podium, it is Varvara Polonchakina of Russia in third place. Confirmation then of the women's downhill standing. Ebba Asia of Sweden takes the gold, Aurélie Richard the silver, Varvara Polonchakina the bronze. Molly Jepson, the defending champion, finishes in fourth. The women's downhill sitting class about to get underway. And here is the start list. Van Bergen is the reigning world champion. Pascal Secco is the World Cup downhill winner and was quickest in training with a time of 1:28.92. Muraoka, the defending champion, did train, but the broken left shoulder that she had, she's taking it step by step and decided that the downhill probably wasn't the race. She said she's allowed to ski, but she's not allowed to fall over. Seven races in the sitting class. For the women, where will the goal go? Barbara Van Bergen of the Netherlands gets the women's sitting downhill underway. The 47-year-old in her second Paralympic Winter Games. She is the world champion in downhill from 2022 and 2023, the last time the World Championships was raced. In downhill, oh, that's a big crash. Oh, my days. Oh, that's a huge crash for Barbara Van Bergen. Well, she's moving, but understandably, hands to the mouth for the spectators in the bottom. That was a big, big crash for Barbara Van Bergen.
Came off the Duca d'Aosta jump, compressed in the landing, and as she's moved that ski to start the edge set, she's crashed and hit the deck. Let's hope she's okay.
Yeah, well, that's the thing with Monarchy. If you catch an edge, there's nowhere to go. And you can see all the coaches just trying to work out what's happened so they can relay back up to their athletes at the top what to try and avoid.
That's right. It's particularly difficult coming off jumps with the landing. There will be a compression, and that is particularly difficult in a sit ski when you've got the shock absorption. And it has not gone nicely off that landing.
Let's have another look at this. She's heading in the wrong. Oh no, somehow she gets rotated in the air. So when she lands, the ski's got nowhere to go. It has to come off. That's a heavy fall. Well, she is made of stern stuff. She's up and looks like she's clicking back in, so she must feel okay to get herself off the mountain herself. The adrenaline is going to be absolutely coursing through her veins.
There's a big crash. Good to see she's okay, or appears to be okay.
It seemed that she put her right hand up almost immediately as she came to a stop, which is sort of the sign that you are okay. But I mean, that was a heavy fall. Oh my goodness, wow. Extraordinary that she's able to ski herself off the mountain.
Generally, when you're an athlete and you've gone through a crash, you are self-assessing. How am I feeling? Is anything broken? Is anything hurting or causing pain? And being able to ski down the bottom after a crash like this is a little bit of a test. If you do feel okay and you're able to see, okay, can I move? Is my shoulder moving and functioning the way I want it to as I'm moving through that edge set? So of course you're taking it slowly and being cautious and safe, but there is a little bit of checking. How am I feeling? How is this potentially going to impact the rest of my Paralympic campaign?
Yeah, you can see she's just sort of moving her neck and just stopping to check she's okay. You see skiers before go down, they get up, they ski off, and then they realise they've torn their ACL, and they get to the side. Once the adrenaline's worn off, they sort of...
You see the official here coming down to ensure the athlete is safe.
Oh, she's dropped, that sign's fallen off. Just watch the ski here, it doesn't land straight, she gets twisted and it's...
Oh. It's released on the angle.
Oh.
That is a big tumble.
I mean, even though you know she seems to be okay, it doesn't make that any easier to watch, does it?
No, it's always going to look a bad crash. Wonderful to see that she appears to be okay.
Oh, extraordinary. Extraordinary. There'll be some relief down there with the Dutch fans that their athlete is making their own way down, but that's not the way we wanted to start the sitting category. And
the coaches will be feeding back up to the start of the race course to their athletes who are in the gate now, knowing that one of the top contenders has taken a massive crash. What happened? How can they avoid having a similar outcome? So there'll be a lot of communication going up at the top of the course now to ensure that the next starters can move down the hill safely. And look at all of that snow coming off her ski. The snow surface is really softening, and that makes it incredibly difficult, particularly in the speed events of downhill and Super G, to hold those edges because of the long turn shapes.
Okay, so she's found her way off the track, so we will get this race back underway in a minute. The minute will be given shortly to bib 21, who's Anna-Lena Forster of Germany.
Incredible shots of the pitch of the Tofana Schuss, 65-degree gradient at its steepest. It is not for the faint-hearted.
Well, Forster is incredibly experienced, and she's going to need all of that experience to navigate her way down this iconic track. Anna-Lena Forster of Germany on track. had an outstanding season. She was the best sit skier overall, and she was also the best slalom skier and second in every other discipline. 4 podiums in downhill over the Duca d'Aosta jump, beautifully taken. And now coming to the delta turn, this long left-hand turn, double gates, beautifully negotiated. You can hear herself talking to herself.
An incredibly experienced campaigner, and you can see it in this performance. Beautiful edge sets, navigating these long winding turns. Look at this incredible length of turn here through the Grand Cortina.
Oh, well, what a recovery that was. That was clear thinking in fractions of a second. Remarkable skill from Forster, who I think she's enjoying herself.
That was a little squeal through that gate. She is enjoying herself, enjoying the thrills of Paralympic downhill racing.
Into Romerlo, just gets pushed a little low. Consequently gets wide here. This is a very measured performance from Forster. This is excellent work from the German over the final jump, and 1:25.79. That's a really good ski.
It's a great time. Forster's experience coming to the forefront.
Quickest in training, 1:28.92. That's a super sign.
Oh, good save. Drops the edge over, holds the turn. Quick agility.
Audrey Pascual-Seco of Spain just awaits her turn.
Ready? 5, 4, 3.
Pascual-Seco of Spain out on track, the World Cup downhill winner from this season. She won 4 of the 6 downhills and was second in another one. The only one she didn't podium in was the opener over the Duca d'Aosta, and nicely negotiated. 21:38 Forster's time, and Pascual-Seco is 0.32 off the pace of our leader.
Incredibly tight between this pair in the downhill training runs. 2 completed, 1 taking the win in each of those races. So it is going to be tight for the Paralympic gold medal today.
She's been on the World Cup podium in 5 of the 6 downhill races she has raced, and 8 of the 9 Super Gs, and she is starting to make some inroads into the deficit. 0.26 now off the pace. That was a really nice turn. That's where Forster had a mistake.
Often in ski racing we see, and she's gone into the lead, often we see with a mistake there are carry-on impacts, and so navigating an area where other athletes might make mistakes, if you can nail that, means you will carry the speed across.
And Forster was a little low there, so has Pascual-Seco timed this to perfection? Has she found the line in the bottom part of the track? Gets into the aerodynamic position, 1:25.79, she's going to miss it by 0.05 of a second. She's just missed out on the top step of the podium. Forster has seen off one of the bigger challenges. The great ski from Pascual-Seco, but it is an upset.
Couldn't be any tighter of a margin.
0.05 of a second, the wrong side of the clock.
Devastating.
Zhang Wenjing from the People's Republic of China, the 23-year-old in her second Paralympic Winter Games, was second in slalom and third in Super G on home snow. back in 2022. She's also third in the giant slalom as well. Just a little skiers left over the Duca d'Aosta, but corrects that pretty nicely. The deficit 1.43. And on the speed gun, she's 5 kilometers slower than our leader four-step.
Just not quite holding the same edge set as the athletes we've seen previously. And as you can see, the ski slides out slightly, and that does wash off speed. And with speed washing off each and every gate, it does accumulate.
I'm going to get it quite sideways to make that next control panel. And you can hear the snow's just turning because it sounds icy, but then if you stray off the racing line, it's very soft.
That's right, and as we can see, this beautiful sunshine, it will continue to soften that snow underfoot. And so it will make it harder for these athletes to hold those long edges with such long turns down this downhill course.
125.79 for Forster. And Zhang goes into third, 6.88 off the pace. Sailor O'Brien on track, bib number 24, the American in her first Paralympic Winter Games, a two-time medalist at her first World Champs. She was third in Super G and Alpine combined. What can O'Brien do on the top section here? Coming into Delta, finds herself 2.68 off the pace.
A little wide on the line there. Coming through the traversing section.
Next split comes at 43-second mark. We're going Covone, and she's 6.24. They got direction all wrong. Well, that is a surprise because they have had training on this track and there was inspection, but she's just got the line all wrong. There are a lot of blind gates, aren't there, on this track? So you've got to remember everything all the way down.
That's right. The challenge with the blind roller is you cannot see the direction of the next gate until you are over the roller. And so there have been a number of athletes make mistakes across that section in particular.
O'Brien, a couple of gates from home. She'll come under the chairlift and set herself up. Oh, one's low again. Set herself up for the finish. Come on, she says. Over the final jump, 125.79 has come and gone. And O'Brien goes into fourth. That was the mistake. Great recovery. Liu Sitong from the People's Republic of China. Second in giant slalom and third in downhill, super combined and slalom in the Beijing Paralympic Winter Games in 2022. 2.3 seconds off the pace going into Delta.
You can see a rut forming as she came through that Delta section. That will be tricky for athletes coming up in the next events.
He's a gold medalist in hand cycling at the National Games. for those with impairments in China back in 2011 and 2015. 4 seconds off the pace.
She's dropping low in that line, which is making it difficult for her to then carry that speed across this section.
Right, can she get the entry into Romello right? Not too bad. Oh, she's got to come a little bit skiers right, and again another little correctional change, and which means she's late through that gate. Liu Sitong over the final jump. Will stop the clock at 1:31.27, goes into third, knocks her teammate Zhang off the podium. Good ski from Liu Sitong. Anna Sorens of the United States of America out on track, only made her World Cup debut in St. Moritz in the giant slalom there. Oh, she's down. Yeah, just got the line wrong. Should be okay. She just got the line wrong off the Duca d'Aosta, and as she went to correct, went down on the inside. So disappointment for Sorens as her challenge ends pretty early on. She's not a downhill racer by trade, so I think this was more setting herself up for Super G and Alpine combined. But good to see she's okay.
Often you'll see athletes who specialise in the technical events of giant slalom or slalom, and then also the Alpine combined, will race the speed events. It gives them an opportunity to have a run out on the track and test out their skills in preparation for perhaps their primary events later in the Paralympic campaign.
Yeah, catches an edge. And she tried to make that directional change. Main thing is she's okay and able to ski out herself, so that is a relief. But there is your champion, Annalena Forster, smiling from ear to ear. Yeah, great ski from her. There was a lovely correction, wasn't there? There is Ana Pascual Seco with Spain in second position. And Liu Sitong going home in third. There is Audrey Pascual Seco.
Tough luck winning the silver by 5/100ths of a second any other day, and it's likely she might have been on that gold medal position.
And there is Liu Sitong, yeah, bronze 4 years ago, bronze again. Great ski. Confirmation then of the women's downhill sitting results. Annalena Forster of Germany taking the gold, Audrey Pascual Seco silver, and Liu Sitong the bronze. The men's downhill vision impaired about to get underway. And here is the start list. Johannes Aigner of Austria is the defending champion. He's the world champion. He's the World Cup winner, and he was quickest in training. So where is his challenge is going to come from? Giacomo Bertagnoli is going to be there. Kalle Eriksson of Canada, Neil Simpson of Great Britain, and Hyacinth Delaplace of France is where the challenges are probably going to come from. But Johannes Aigner has won every downhill on the World Cup this season, and he's won every Super G as well. He has been on superlative form. along with, I should say, Nico Habel, his guide. So here are first pair, Hyacinthe de la Place of France and his guide, Perrin Clar. Eleven racers in this vision impaired class. Quick change of the wand down to the shins after the sit skis. Just in the background there, maybe that's just the contrast. It's not clouding over, surely. It's been almost a picture postcard day in Cortina d'Ampezzo. Warm weather causing some issues with the snowpack, but it does look like it's starting to sort of not mist over, but just get a little
foggy.
Yeah.
What a great shot of Tofano Schuss.
It has iconic status, the Tofano delle Olimpia. And the wait for De La Place will just get the butterflies going a little bit more. The wand remains open, which means that the course is not ready for racing.
Likely the officials, the race officials, will be checking the course for safety, repairing any gates that may have been damaged through crashes, and slipping that racing line to ensure it can be a solid piste for the racers.
Here we go then, wanders across. Last moments for these two. The men's vision impaired downhill at Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games is underway, and Hyacinthe de la Place and Perrin Clar, his guide, are the first to challenge the Olimpia della Tofana, this iconic track in Cortina. Those are cheers from the side. And De La Place is absolutely flying down here and keeping in good contact with his guide. Is there an optimum distance that you want for the guide? I guess it depends on each individual pair.
Each athlete will have their preference based on their visual function. Some athletes prefer to be quite close, others like a little bit of distance, but this pairing is maintaining wonderful connection with each other as they're moving down this course.
De La Place, second Paralympic Winter Games. He was third in the downhill in 2022. He was world champion in downhill Super G and Super Combined in Lillehammer in 22. Oh, into the back seat. Oh, he's gone. Just gets into the back seat and gets taken by the A-netting. Hopefully he should be okay. He just got in the air, didn't he, and lost his direction. He couldn't control himself because he was off the snow. Concern once again in the grandstands at the bottom. He was going along really nicely. But De La Place, I'm afraid, has fallen. Yeah, he should be okay. Hopefully he's okay. You can see his airbag has expanded. That's why he looks more rotund. He's a big man, but he's not that big. But as you can see here, this is where the issue came.
In the back seat coming off the jump, and that's meant when he's gone to land, the weight was in the back end of the skis, in the tails.
Yeah, the entry into Merlot has been difficult for a number of racers, but that is a big hit. But like I say, it looked fairly, when I say innocuous, I mean there wasn't any sort of twisting and turning. I mean, it was fast and it was hard.
That's right.
But there didn't seem to be anything too major. So he looks okay.
This is a tough Paralympic downhill course. Being a slight little bit off balance coming over one of those jumps at high speed can impact the landing, and that is all it takes for you to go down in a race course. And he is looking pretty disappointed.
Yeah, he's frustrated.
Yeah. Understandably.
Four years of preparation and an error that you could probably ski that another 50 times and come down 49 times. He's made the mistake when it matters. Just here, wait in the back seat, and then once you're down there, it's very, very hard to pull yourself up from there. And then once the skis bite and release, there's no way.
Not many people would be able to save coming off the jump and landing on the tails.
Well, a lovely warm reception for him in the finish area. Well, that will really whet his appetite for the remaining races to come. So back to the top we go. Still got a bit of time before the next races are out, but this is the red-hot favourite, Johannes Aigner.
30 seconds.
I mean, he's only 20 years of age as well. He could be a dominant force if he stays healthy for a long time to come. Johannes Aigner and Nico Herbel, his guide, out of the start hut. The 20-year-old is the reigning Paralympic game champion in downhill and giant slalom. He's the reigning world champion in downhill. And he has been undefeated all season, winning 6 from 6 on the World Cup. And this could be a masterclass of vision impaired skiing.
He came off the Duke of d'Aosta jump beautifully, remaining stable in his body positioning, being able to compress on that landing. This is some exceptional skiing we are seeing here from the pairing.
Just got himself a little low in the line. He manages to fight back, and now he's on point. There's going to be the entry into a Merlot that is going to be interesting. It's going to come as they cut back underneath the chairlift.
The other difficulty at play currently for the athletes with the vision impairment is the changing visual conditions. We now have shade coming over the course, which can impact the ability to see that guide ahead of you.
The guide getting a little low in the line, but Aigner over the final jump, tucks for the line. 1:16.08, that's nearly 2.5 seconds faster than the time he put down in training. That's going to take some beating. That was a brilliant ski. Kalle Eriksson of Canada and Sierra Smith, his guide, the next on track. Eriksson, 21 years of age, in his first Paralympic Winter Games. Had a couple of podiums in downhill this season on the World Cup. His best results in the fastest event on the menu. He was third and second in the openers in Santa Caterina on Italian snow back in December of 25, and 1.1 off the pace at the moment. Slalom and giant slalom are probably his strongest suits. 1.7 though, that's respectable, very much in touch of Aigner, our leader.
A strong run, carrying speed nicely down this final section.
Eriksson over the final jump, 1:16.08. Is not going to be beaten, but second, 2.25 off the pace. Should be very happy with that. It's a great ski.
Right up next, at the top of the mountain. Sounds like a insurance company, but it's the Simpson and Simpson show. Andrew Simpson will guide Neil Simpson.
Well, they have delivered for you. Bib number 4, Neil Simpson of Great Britain, and his brother Andrew Simpson, the next to go. The pair won Paralympic Winter Game gold in Super G 4 years ago. They've had 4 podiums so far this season, 2 thirds in Selbach, 2 seconds in Teen in the run-up to these Paralympic Winter Games. 38.94, 2.31 off the pace. Simpson at the second intermediate.
A clean run so far. Just need to see them push a little bit harder and try and generate that little bit more speed through these undulating sections.
3.63, and they've dropped low coming. Oh, good recovery as he gets pitched forward. That's really good strength from Neil Simpson. And they stop the clock at 1:20. Wow, I have to wait for that. Sorry, 1:21.31. 5.23 off the pace. They go into provisional bronze. Italy in the start up now, and is Giacomo Bertagnoli and his guide Andrea Ravelli. The next to challenge. Bertagnoli won the Super Combined and the Slalom in Beijing. He was second in Super G and Giant Slalom. And he's had 4 podiums in downhill this season, and at the second split, 1.16 off the pace of Johannes Aigner, who is our leader.
Ravelli and Bertagnoli always coming in as second behind Aigner in the downhill training run, and so we can expect here some tight racing.
1.72. He's only got half a second to play with in terms of Kalle Eriksson of Canada, who's currently in second place, 2.25 off the pace. So he needs to be precise on these final turns. Doesn't want to lose any more time. 1:16.08 comes and goes, but where's he going to slide in here? Touch for the line. And the answer is third, 2.56 off the pace. He did lose time in those closing turns, and Eriksson will take the silver medal, or provisionally silver. Bertagnoli has got himself on the podium, but he's going to have a nervous wait because there are, 5 more races to come. Bertagnoli delighted he's on the podium. Miroslav Haros of Slovakia and Maros Hudik the next to go. Haros had success in the tech events. He was a bronze medalist in giant slalom and slalom in Beijing.
Oh, drops low on this line, is able to recover, but that will cost some time.
And also it's created What a distance between guide and racer. They've got it back together again now. Had a silver in the downhill in Sochi in 2014. Whoa, as he runs out wide, skiers right. Oh, he's in the back seat. Oh, he's gone through the gate. He's gone through the gate. I think he's missed the secondary gate.
Did not finish.
There was a straddle. Not the first race. He's got light in the air. Does he straddle it? Yes, he does. Straddle is when one ski goes one side and one ski goes the other. Disappointment for Haas that he doesn't finish, but he is on one piece. Hwang Ming-yu and Kim Chun-hyung from the People's Republic of Korea next out on track. Hwang, 30 years of age, his third Paralympic Winter Games. His best result in Beijing was a 7th place in the Super Combined, so that is a Super G combined with slalom. He was a bronze medalist at the World Champs in slalom in 2023, so maybe I'll have a look at those technical events later in the Alpine program. Guy trying to be as big and as loud as possible, so Hwang can follow him a little bit more easily. Oh, he's gone down. Another one that's gone down on the entry into this section. That's 3 we've had go down. It's really difficult section, isn't it?
An extra challenge for athletes with a vision impairment through those blind rollers is you lose the ability to see the guide, and so they are coming in and out of your visual field. And so coming off a roller, if your skis are in the wrong direction and you land and then are able to see where your guide is, they may not be where you thought they were in the first place.
And too much of a turn coming in there, isn't he? The other thing is, because you can't see it, if your weight is anything other than forward, you are just going to get flung onto the back of your skis, and it's very, very hard to then recover from that position.
It's an incredible skill set to be able to stay forward and putting yourself down the hill at speed when you're perhaps unable to see where that guide is or where the landing spot is.
I think what makes it harder on that entry into a Merlot is it just drops, as you come into that blind, it just drops away skiers left. There's a little compression there, which if you're not, will drive you into the back seat, so as you then come off the roller, you're not in the right position. So, Johannes Aigner, who is currently leading the way. Still have 4 more to come.
Potentially big celebrations for the Aigner family this evening.
Potentially, again. Great to see so many people in the finish area to welcome the athletes down. After the COVID-affected Paralympic Winter Games in Beijing, there was nobody to welcome them down. There's the atmosphere now.
Okay, start copy, course clear, 8 in the gate.
Confirmation the course is clear. And the Wang Xingdong, bib number 8 is in the clock. Now the minute warning has been given. Must be difficult. You sort of prepare yourself to go, and then suddenly you're held for 90 seconds. You got to sort of, do you bring yourself down and go again, or do you just try and keep yourself at that elevated level?
It is part of the sport of alpine skiing. There are constantly course delays, weather delays, all sorts of circumstances that can change when you might be going. So each individual will have their own preparation of how to get ready for when that moment does come. He's ready to go.
Wang Xingdong from the People's Republic of China and his guide Chen Zhicheng are out on track, and a chance for us to see the full downhill course as they come down through the Defana Schuss off the Duca de Oster jump. Great recovery off the initial roller. And now into Delta in the first split, 1.21 off the pace of Aigner. That's Delta now into the traverse, third in Italian, Diagonale.
A nice run from this duo. Coming down through these technical changes, undulating terrain, changing visual conditions. This is a Paralympic downhill course, very difficult.
Here comes the third split. Now this is the entrance into Romerlo. They get on the left ski. See, it goes down to the left-hand side. You've got to get your weight forward. Not carrying as much speed as some before him, hence why he didn't get any air off that terrain change. 4.58 off the pace. The podium separated by 2.5 seconds. And here comes Wang over the final jump, and he will stop the clock at 1:22.55. Slides into 5th place. Tadeusz Kriz of Czechia and his guide Eva Krizova. And next to go, the 30-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games. 2.04 off the pace as he goes into Delta. Didn't race in Beijing, but he raced giant slalom and slalom in 2018 in Pyeongchang. .04 goes out to 4.16.
Getting a little separated here through this section. The guide, Krizova, doing a great job of being able to bring that distance back.
Good line through there, and the entrance to Romerlo. He went a little further out to the left to stay tight to the gate skiers right. Oh, great core strength to pull himself forward over the final jump, and Kriz stops the clock 1:25.79. Good job. Where he had to fight for that core strength to pull him upright. Penultimate racer is Maximilian Seger of Belgium and his guide Jerry Mester. Well, these two have been friends for over 20 years and part of a 3-athlete delegation from Belgium, all of whom are skiing for the first time since 1992 that Belgium has sent 3 athletes to Paralympic Winter Games.
Oh, and he's gone down.
He's gone down, he's gone down. Oh. Goes down. That was the entry into Romerlo. Let's have another look. What happens here?
Too much weight on the inside ski and he's slid out.
So disappointment for the Belgian pair. But the good news is, no racer that seems to be okay, and we'll be back for more. So there is your podium with one to come. Aigner, Eriksson and Bertagnoli. Hannes Aigner, so yet another gold medal for him. Let's have another look here.
Tips in on that inside ski instead of staying balanced and over the top of both skis. That change in weight has just allowed the ski to slide out.
It looked like he started the turn a little early, so then took the pressure off the right ski, which then meant he had weight on the left ski. And when he went back to press, that's when the left ski went down. So a little bit of air required for the nets.
It's a lot of fun. It's like downhill is the
So one more race there remaining in the vision impaired class for men is Great Britain's Fred Warburton and his guide James Hannon. And they are almost ready to go. Fred Warburton and James Hannon of Great Britain out on track. Warburton, 31 years of age, in his first Paralympic Winter Games, a former decathlete who now lives in Cervinia in Italy. Just looking a little unsure in between the Duca d'Aosta jump and Delta.
Just
bit of separation.
It's a little further away. They might be starting to get towards the illegal distance apart. It would make it incredibly difficult for the athlete with a vision impairment to lose that guide. It loses a confirmation of where perhaps you are on that mountain.
I'll close that gap a little bit more, but he's 10 seconds off the pace at the final split. It looks like he's going to safely negotiate his final turns, and Warburton tucks for the line and stops the clock at 1:30.32. And he's delighted, big smile across his face, and so they should be. See all the coaches congratulating one another. British coach and the Canadian coach and the Russian coach there. Well, know what it means to family and friends with their Fred hats on. Well, you will know as most of the investment, not only from the athlete, but the family that goes into coming into these moments such as this.
That's right. The Paralympic Games happen once every 4 years. It's a lot of pressure to deliver in that one moment.
So here are the final results for the men's downhill vision impaired. Johannes Eigner, Nico Herbel of Austria taking the gold. Kalle Eriksson, Sierra Smith of Canada the silver, and Giacomo Bertagnoli and Andrea Ravelli of Italy the bronze. The men's downhill standing at the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games. And here is the start list. Boucher is our defending champion. Salcher of Austria is the world champion, and Kusch of Switzerland the World Cup downhill winner and quickest in training. But there are threats elsewhere in this start list as these athletes battle it out for gold. 27 racers in the standing category. The penultimate category on this downhill day at the Paralympic Winter Games 2026. Well, the inspirational view from the start up, looking all the way down the valley. Although I'm not sure Aaron Lindstrom is taking that in right now. The first racer in this standing category about to get us underway. The men's downhill at the Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games in the standing class, and it's Aaron Lindstrom of Sweden who gets us underway. The third Paralympic Winter Games for Lindstrom, sixth in this discipline 4 years ago in Beijing.
Beautiful flight off the Duca d'Aosta jump. He is sending it down the hill.
Through Delta, that double gate on the right foot into Diagonale. And as he comes out skiing right to left, he has a big, big left-hand cut. Here it is now. What a great shot that is for the Gran Cavone. Ooh, just gets a little twisted, but recovers quickly. Now setting himself up for the entry into Romerlo. Got to stay right if he can. Not bad at all.
Carrying some great speed down this pitch. He'll get straight into that tuck and try and keep as much pace as possible through these slightly flatter sections.
Lindstrom into the wall of noise. Stops the clock at 1:19.3. That's not bad. That is 6/10 slower than the quickest training time. That was a really good ski.
Beautiful tuck position here.
Robin Kusch of Switzerland, the next to go. Third Paralympic Winter Games for the Swiss athlete who has won 5 of the 6 downhills on the World Cup this season, and has got a good time gap at the split in this downhill race.
Pre-race favourite, doing very well in the downhill training runs, and so far demonstrating why he's in the lead and he's heading down this hill very quickly.
If you follow all aspects of alpine skiing, the name Kusch might well ring a bell, and he is indeed the nephew of Didier Couche, who skied at 4 Olympic Games for Switzerland in Super G in silver in '98. So Couche coming to the final checkpoint, 1.5 seconds the right side of the clock. Couche delivering at the moment on his pre-race favourite tag. Just about survives that little moment in the back seat. Fighting hard to keep those skis in contact with the snow. 1:19.30 is under threat. 1:17.79. Nearly a full second quicker than training for Couche. Lindström down into second now.
That is going to be a tough run to beat for the remaining of the starters in the standing category.
I'm not sure if that's quick enough. It's going to be there or thereabouts, you feel. Andrew Harahay from the United States of America, the next to go, the 26-year-old in his 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. He raced speed back in 2018, where he was 18th in the downhill. He raced all 5 categories in 2022, where he had a best of 15th in downhill. He did consider... No, something's not quite right, but I was going to say he did consider sit skiing to help and prevent injuries. Back in these difficult conditions, very soft conditions now. And the sun's starting to heat up this track.
The ruts forming in the snow does make it incredibly difficult for the athletes, carving those edges and not getting stuck through those ruts.
He's frustrated, he got low in the line, he went, you heard him on the effects mic saying no. 3.51 off the pace, 3rd for the time being. Nods of approval from those at the top. I think he felt there were a couple of mistakes in there that he's frustrated with. You heard him, you could hear him on the effects mic talking his way down. Marco Salka of Austria, the next to go, the reigning world champion in downhill. And Salka 0.35 off the pace at the first split. Coming through Gran Carbone. And 1.11 now off the pace as he goes through Scarpadon.
Nice work through this undulating, challenging terrain, really holding that edge set nicely and being able to generate that speed through this section.
Good work from Salka of Austria. Fighting to the end. 1:17.79 is the time of Couche. 1:21.30 to get on the podium. And he's in 3rd, 2.96 off the pace. And the welcoming committee giving him a rousing reception. Alexis Guimond of Canada, the next to go.
Oh, and he's gone down.
Oh, that's a big crash. That's going into Delta. Well, Guimond was one of the favourites here. but he's made a mistake on the entry into Delta. Oh, Guimond, he's had 10 podiums in 10 speed races this season. That is a huge disappointment for him. Well, it's good to see that he's okay, but there will be a lot of frustration. What's gone wrong here? Oh, he's just loaded up the inside ski.
Slid out.
I think he's got a little tight on that gate, hasn't he?
A little tight, and he's tried to turn too hard too quickly, perhaps. And the ski just hasn't held under the snow. He slid out, washed out.
He was coming in so tight that gate. He didn't have any angle to turn. He needed to be a little further, from what we've seen, a little further out right, so he can take in both gates. Just checking that the netting is okay, but that was a heavy hit because it essentially just straight line straight into those nets.
It would appear he is okay, which is fantastic.
Well, that is a surprise and a shock. One of the favourites is out, and that just opens the way for somebody else. But it is Kush that leads the way. Bib 13, not unlucky for him today, it would seem. Making his way out of the racetrack. Back to the top we go, and we await our next athlete, Roger Puig-Davy from Andorra. He's just been given the 1 minute nod. Quite a bit of experience for Puig-Davy in his third Paralympic Winter Games. It'll give us a chance to see the full track again. The black and white checked catsuit of Andorra in the Stargate. Roger Puig-Davy of Andorra on track, the 28-year-old who was in the top 10 in downhill and Super G at the World Champs in 2022 and in all disciplines in 2023. Looking to try and lay down a strong run here over the Duca d'Aosta into Delta. This long right-footed turn.
Nicely navigated through that long turn, heading through this undulating section. A nice run so far.
Here comes the Gran Curvone. Little speed check on the right ski as he sets himself up for this double gate. Now into Scarpadon. This is where the gliding skills of the athletes is really tested. Now the setup for the entry into Romerlo. Stay close to that gate on the left as we look. Skiers right just gets a little twisted. And as a result, that twisted the skis and shaved off speed.
He's washed some speed, but straight back into that tuck, trying to hold that speed through these flatter sections and into the final jump.
1:17.79 comes and goes. Third, he's made it on the podium. Great result from Davi. He knocks off the world champion in downhill. Really good ski from Davi. The defending champion from France, Arthur Boucher. Boucher also won gold in super combined and slalom, as well as picking up 2 bronze medals in giant slalom. And they combine now. Boucher is 1900ths off the pace. This is going to be close. This could go to the wire. Perhaps a little error on Scarpadon. Now he's got to dial back into the track and find the right line.
Beautiful edge set attacking down this hill. He's going for it.
0.68, the wrong side of the clock. That's good enough for second, but can he find those 7/10ths? Gets a little big on that terrain change. It's perhaps a little scrappy. Kush's time is 1:17.79. Boucher won't defend his title, but he will go second. 0.61 off the pace. Kush knows it. He knows that was a real big challenge. Boucher, though, will probably be on the podium again. This was a slight error.
It's the line, but it's 0.61 down. This look remains in second, and that is the reaction of Robin Kush. Delighted.
France in the start. Jordan Boisson, the next to challenge in his 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. His best results have come in the slalom discipline. And so this is probably a sighter for the Alpine combined. 1.2 off the pace at intermediate 3. That's not bad at all. Now, can he find the line through this section before the entry into Romerlo? The Romerlo time split here, 1.79. No, he's got pushed very low in the line. Let's see how that affects him at the bottom. 1:17.79 is the lead time, 1:19.3 for the podium, and he's just missed it. Goes into 5th. That's a good result. That's a good run, though, for a man who prefers slalom.
A strong contender for the Alpine combined, perhaps in a few days' time.
That's going to give him a lot of confidence going into Alpine combined.
Oh, gets twisted through the upper body, does excellent to maintain that edge set and balance and regain his weight over both of those skis. He's happy.
Alexei Bugayev from Russia, the next to go. Now, the 28-year-old was the super combined champion in 2014 and 2018. He was the slalom champion in 2014, and more importantly, he was silver in downhill in both Sochi and Pyeongchang. So this could be really interesting. He's 0.97 off the pace at the first interview, but his speed is good. It's nearly 4 kilometers quicker than Kush, but he's lost more time because he's skiing around the line. That's a lovely line into this section of Scarpadon.
A beautiful run so far, carrying the speed really nicely.
0.88 off the split. This could upset the podium if he can find the clean line through these bottom turns. Bugayev skiing for the podium. 119.3 is what he needs for a top 3 spot, and he's got it. He's gone third. 1.15 knocks Lindstrom off the podium. Lindstrom's so close, but we'll have to settle for no better than 4th, or for a best of 4th, I should say.
Great balance off that jump, straight back into the tuck by Bugayev.
Italy in the start hut with Federico Pellizzari. And Pellizzari, 25 years of age, second Paralympic Winter Games, and at the first split he finds himself just over a second adrift. And Pellizzari is more of a technical skier than he is a speed skier. Just missed the podium in giant slalom 4 years ago, and he was 5th in the super combined. This is a magnificent shot of the Gran Cavone. But 1.25 is in touch. Needs to find a 10th of a second somewhere down here if he can.
Incredible tight racing here from the men's standing category.
There were errors from Bugayev through here. 1.87 though. He's gone. It's the entry to Romerlo that's had another victim.
Catching a lot of people.
He's okay. That's what that means. He just needs someone to go and pick him out the nets and grab his ski. Now, Oscar Burnham out on track. Now, Burnham, I think, will be flagged at some stage and sent back to the top.
Yeah, there it is. There's the yellow flag. What a shame they didn't catch that earlier, the race officials.
Yeah, they're going out at minute intervals. So this was at 57 seconds, so Burnham would have gone.
He will get to restart. Oh.
He just flew too far, didn't he?
Just a slight little bit too much. Yeah.
Too straight. Too hot on that gate. Needs a more rounder line. A huge disappointment for the Italian. And he's, as I say, he's okay. That's the most important thing. So, picking him out of the net. So yeah, the flag we saw was for second place, which is the Grande Curva. So Burnham will get the chairlifts back up to the top, so he'll go. He'll be last out the start, I would assume.
I anticipate they'll put him at the end of the men's sitting category to give him a little bit of time, as that chairlift will take a little while to get back up.
Be interesting to see whether he gets a choice in that. Well, time will tell.
They will certainly get a restart. It'll be a big delay if they do not start the men's sitting category straight away.
We've still got Still got 18 or so to run in the standing category. And let's have another look then at Robin Kusch's run, because that leads the way for us at the moment. And we've seen, we've seen athletes that have had good form on the World Cup not deliver here. Guimond, the Canadian, being one of them, skiing out. So it's all very well and good coming in with a good record, but you have to deliver on a stage that you're probably not used to, because it's every 4 years.
That's right. It's one thing to do it on the World Cup season that comes around every single year, but it's another when you only get the opportunity once every 4 years of a Paralympic Games. The stakes are much higher.
Well, it's good to see Pellizzari at the bottom smiling. And there's the Pommed chairlift to the right of that screen that takes you to the top. So let's remind ourselves of where we are in this men's downhill standing. Robin Couche leads the way from Arthur Bauchet of France, with Alexei Bugayev of Russia in third. The top three separated by 1.15 seconds. And a bit harsh on Oscar Burnham for the DNF. He's going to go, but he will, well, he's going to have a chance to finish.
Wasn't his fault. He got pulled up halfway down.
Now he can say, I would have won.
That's right. I'd be telling everybody that too.
So yeah, great shots going up the mountain. There's the Grand Curva to the left. That's where Burnham was flagged. So he'll come down, he'll pick up the quad, which was to the right of screen, and then take the second chairlift afterwards. Well, the crowd has certainly been treated to some fantastic racing on the opening day of Alpine action. So they've repaired those nets pretty quickly. And this is Patrick Halgren of the United States of America.
Come on, Pato.
So there is the
Eyes up.
London.
Eyes up.
Halgren ready to go.
Come on, Pat. Eyes up.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Patrick Halgren of the United States of America on track with bib number 23 in this men's standing downhill of the Paralympic Winter Games 2026. And some nice opening turns. Tries to soak up the Duca d'Aosta jump. Here it is. Oh, just gets into the back seat and then has to have a little late adjustment.
He's corrected nicely. Feedback from the coach at the top of the start hut was to keep the eyes up, looking through these blind rollers section, ensuring that when he does go over them, he can find that next gate and head straight towards it.
Really important to try and find the right line so you're not skiing extra meters through the Gran Carbone. Just a little wide there. Started the turn just a little too tight, and as a result it compounds its way down here. He's laid all the way through here.
Incredibly hard once you've dropped low in the line to bring it back up the hill. It really requires that big change of direction early. And as you can see, the compounding errors as he's coming down, and Halgren.
Well, that one wasn't really his ski caught an edge and he had to correct. So in fact, that was a good correction from Halgren. There's a combination of wrong line error, wrong lines, and oh my goodness me! And in the end, there were just too many mistakes, and sadly, for Patrick Halgren, he's down.
Disappointment. Oh.
Yeah, that's the harder edge, the outside edge to get onto. We'll need that for later.
Did I win? How did I do, huh?
What a showman.
USA down there somewhere.
Spencer Wood, the next to go. So we've had a non-starter, Nico Bajanšec of Austria. Should have gone with bib 24, but this is Spencer Wood with bib 25. Third Paralympic Winter Games for him. And he raced the technical disciplines of slalom and GS in 2018. Had a best finish of 12th in Super G. In the back seat there in Beijing. Running wide out of Delta. Here's the ground curve only. Double gate on that left ski. 2.45 seconds off the pace of Robin Kusch, who sets time of 1:17.79 to lead this men's downhill standing. Into the final time split, and the time has gone out by just over a second. Wood lets his head down over the final jump, touch for the line, and he slides into 10th place. 4.27 off the pace, and he's happy with that, and hopefully he enjoyed it as well. Bib number 26 is Manuel Rachbauer of Austria, 25-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games, I'm afraid, is out early on. Looks like the Duca d'Aosta jump. Race technical races in 22, yeah, that's the Duca d'Aosta in the back seat. Oh yeah. Heavy hit. It looks like he's okay. They're saying race technical in 2022, but he's in all disciplines here. So the speed event, clearly not his strongest suit, but again, we've been racing this for a look at the Alpine combined later in the programme. Lovely day if you're a recreational skier, isn't it?
Beautiful weather in Cortina d'Ampezzo.
There are the standings: Kusch from Bochet and Bugayev. Top three separated by 1.15 seconds. 10 finishers so far. Yeah, difficult one. You probably start about 10. Probably a bit hard before then, wouldn't it? The snow. Don't want to go right to the top early on. That's a little later.
That's right. We want the fresh groomers though, so we've got to be out first before everybody else.
No, but fresh groomers when it's rock solid is not so pleasant. You need a little bit of give.
Oh, not when you're an Alpine skier. You
Well,
like
racer.
the hard stuff.
No, when you're a racer, maybe. I'm talking recreationally here. So the weight is for Luca Palla of Italy. Italians yet to have a finisher in this men's downhill standing. There's your top three. Couche there. To his left as we look is Boucher. Fingers crossed. Well, look at the fist points. There's nobody under 60 yet to come, and it's a weird one, isn't it? Because when you race World Cup, you accumulate points and you need as many as possible. But ironically, if you win a race, you get less fist points. And the idea is to get as little fist points as possible to get yourself up the ranking. It's clear as mud.
Very, very easy to follow.
T-shirt weather already.
Perfect for the spectators.
It's not even lunchtime. Now the great thing is they've seen themselves on the big screen, so they're jumping around, but they realise they're going round the world. So course hold while they just make sure the netting is okay after that big fall from Rachbauer.
Slipping the course line here, trying to just ensure that some of those ruts that are forming, see if they can get rid of them.
So on the racing line, it still sounds quite hard. It's if you stray off it that it becomes problematic.
The hard thing with the different conditions is that there is hard underfoot sections. There's hard underfoot with some soft snow on the top, and then there are some softer sections as well. And so depending on the line you carry through that race course, it may impact how you can generate, accelerate and hold speed. And then also how you move through those different rolling sections and the landings off those jumps. Certainly a party down in the spectator area.
Yeah. It must be the altitude that gets to people when they start wearing hats, silly hats, huh?
It's fantastic.
Yeah.
Getting into the spirit of the Paralympics.
All ages getting involved. There you go. Even a little away from the little man on the shoulders. Well, Aaron Lindstrom, I'm afraid he's got the chocolate medal in 4th place. And the Swedes have had some celebrating to do today. And they'll be hoping for more to come. Just being met by that wall of noise as you come over the finish line must just live long in the memory.
It's a pretty special sensation to stand at the top of the start gate and not be able to see the bottom of the mountain, but hear the bottom of the mountain. It's quite incredible. Pretty motivating and exciting. It certainly gets the adrenaline pumping. Course delays, a regular occurrence across World Cup seasons. So for these athletes, it's business as usual, doing their preparatory movements, exercises, keeping themselves warm, even though it's probably pretty warm up there today.
When you were racing, what was your pre-race routine?
Well, the most important was the coffee at the start of the morning, but as soon as you got onto that hill, you were doing any individual exercises for your glutes, your quads, warming those legs up and then getting the movement patterns happening, ensuring you could do any technical drills that you might be working on to help that technique as you're heading down the mountain, depending on the race you're competing in.
Did you enjoy lots of feedback from coaches, or you wanted to be in your own little bubble? By that stage, you weren't going to take any more in, or were you receptive to? I mean, I guess in terms of lines from feedback from people that have gone before, you take that in, but anything else?
It's really individual as each athlete progresses through their career. Perhaps at the start, when you're a beginner and a rookie, you want to take on lots of feedback, and then you will fine-tune things in your relationship with the coaches, and so they will know which information is most pivotal for you. I would always find at the top of that start gate, only thinking about one or two things is enough anymore, and there becomes too much in your mind, and you come out of that race mindset. What is the one focus that is going to get you from the top of the mountain to the bottom as quickly as possible? And that coach feedback, particularly in race conditions like this, is paramount, because the race condition will change throughout the day. And so the conditions we saw for the snow, for the athletes with a vision impairment, the women at the very start of the morning, are different now for the men standing and in particular for the men's sitting categories coming up.
That's how hot it is. You need an umbrella. but I guess even in a race that has got 28 people in it with long delays, the snow will be different for racer 1 than it will be for racer 25, 26.
Yes, it will be. And so that is genuinely why we see the start races are usually those in the highest contention for the podiums, and placing on the World Cup season will dictate that. It means that you get the best advantage of having the best quality snow conditions for your run.
That's the theory.
That's the theory.
Yeah, it doesn't always work out that way.
Not
because
necessarily.
Wind and things like that can play a part, or fog rolling in the parts of the track. But here's one for you. Were you a snow down the back of the catsuit kind of racer?
No.
No.
Well, normally it's not this warm.
Yeah,
So
I wonder what stage you're going at. Can you just stick some snow down the back of my
Maybe
catsuit, because that will really help me.
maybe at the bottom of the race course when you're stuffed.
No, but sometimes you see a number of athletes
That's
get the
right.
snow on the back of the neck.
It definitely would wake you up, but that was certainly not my style.
Keep you chilly. It's on cue. Thank you very much.
I think an indicator of perhaps how warm the conditions are out there today with March spring skiing, the warm temperatures.
Tell you what, it's not stopping them down the bottom. They're jumping around. They're going to be very warm.
Spring skiing is party season when it
isn't it
comes
just?
to skiing.
They've got
and winter
away.
sport.
They're waiting for Nicholas Biscoe-Hudson in the sit skiing, the Chilean supporters. Oh, these are great shots. They're just showing all the different nations that are here.
We're having a great time.
Yeah, the DJ's earning his corn, isn't he? Oh, look at that. How inviting does that look?
Iconic Cortina. Beautiful.
And of course, this part of the mountain will be restricted access, so hence why it doesn't look very busy and unbelievably inviting.
That's right. No friends when you're out on the snow.
Oh no. No. So the standings for the men's downhill standing race. I'm just going through the screens to remind you. Actually, this plays in to Oscar Burnham, who got flagged this long race. This will just help him
Definitely.
recuperate. So I suspect he'll probably want to go at the end of the standing rather than at the end of the sitting.
Yes, with these delays, they will absolutely place him in at the end of the standing category to ensure the completion of the event before they start the men's sitting category.
Yeah, in that angle there, you can see how soft that snow gets during the day.
Let's hope the temperature drops a little bit for the races towards the end of this Paralympic competition schedule, because
there are some nights where it's not supposed to get below freezing, isn't it?
we do have another 8 days of competition, and if it continues to stay this warm, the conditions will be very difficult for athletes at the end of this schedule when we get towards the technical events, the giant slalom and slalom.
Downtown Cortina. Beautiful setting. Right. 3 or 4 weeks ago, there was almost a metre of snow over most of those roofs. It has warmed up considerably. But I think we know which side is south-facing. Look at that, not a cloud in the sky. Well, we thought it might be getting a little murky, but I think that's just actually the brilliance of the sunshine.
Picture perfect bluebird day on the mountain.
And it shows you how this track winds its way down the mountain. So we look back up to the top. Can't see a reason for the hold.
Beautiful shot of the Tofana Schuss, iconic Cortina d'Ampezzo imagery. Looks like some coursework might be going on whilst we are waiting.
Yeah, it was a big hit, wasn't it, on the netting by the Duca d'Aosta. Maybe that something's happened there, but you can see there as they're going through. Look at the snow that's accumulating on the left boot of the guy with the die. There's Bugayev. And the coach's weight. All decked up, and some of them got woolly hats on still, so maybe standing still. But it's still going to be, must be about sort of 10 degrees, I would say, about now. And the interesting thing, of course, in that Tofana Schuss, that will still be hard because it's been in the shade all day, and then you'll come out of that onto that soft stuff almost immediately. It makes life very difficult.
That's right, adaptability, an incredibly important aspect of the athletic performance.
That's Oscar Burnham in the start hut, so he's now got himself back up and he's going to go next. So having been flagged in the Gran Caverne, he's going to have a clean track in which to race now. So we're about to get back underway in the men's standing downhill, and on track will be Oscar Burnham. Oscar Burnham of France out on track. A second bite of the cherry for him after he was flagged in his first run. Burnham in his second Paralympic Winter Games over the Duca d'Aosta. Oh, beautiful flight. Gets it absolutely spot on, and at the first split finds himself 1.49 off the pace. Second Paralympic Winter Games for Burnham. Took up skiing after Pyeongchang, was inspired by Marie Bochet.
A great run, really, making the most of this through the Gran Caverne.
A little bit in the back seat off that terrain change into Scarpadon. Nicely done. Now, can he get the entry to Merlot right? Here it comes now. Not bad at all. The split time He was 3 seconds off the pace. His speed is good. And Burnham over the final jump into the wall of noise. Goes 10th. What a reception for Burnham. Not a lot wrong in that run. A couple of times he got caught in the back seat.
He's done an incredible job after being flagged to get back down to the bottom, take the chairlift up and reset.
Luca Palla of Italy, the 40-year-old in his first Paralympic Winter Games, out on track, racing in every category. So downhill, super giant slalom, and Alpine combined. And 9th, 3.26 off the pace. Quickly on to Theo Gumur of Switzerland with bib 28, the 29-year-old in his third Paralympic Winter Games. Gold medalist in downhill Super G and giant slalom in 2018. Third in 2022. He's also been world champion in this discipline, so he could be a threat to teammate Robin Kusch. Yeah, you see that, just takes it on the left ski.
Incredibly skillful move there to maintain the line and carry his speed down the mountain.
1.15 separates the podium, so he's going to have to be super quick to find half a second in these closing turns. But Gumur is giving it a good shot. Theo Gumur over the final jump. 1:17.79 comes and goes, and so does the podium. He goes 6th.
Come on, up above, let's go!
Jesse Keefe, the United States of America. The next to go, 21 years of age. Second Paralympic Winter Games. Keefe, another racing in all 5 races. His best discipline, slalom. 9th in Beijing and 9th and 6th at the World Champs in 2023. 2.73 off the pace at the final split. Keith over the line, stops the clock at 1:21.01. He slides into 10th. Emmerich Sierro of Switzerland, the next to go, 19 years of age, and he made his World Cup debut back in January of 2025. 7 top 10s this season on the World Cup, with a best of 5th in giant slalom. His best downhill result was 6th, and the starting intervals have been reduced because of the delays, haven't they?
Yes, that's right. We'll see the races coming through with quicker intervals. Great run here from Sierro at his debut Paralympics.
Oh, what a recovery. What a recovery that was. The heart will be absolutely racing now. He's done the splits and somehow pulled himself back up. That is great core strength. Sierro, a couple of gates from home. Stops the clock at 1:23.47, slides into 15th. Koike Kakuta of Japan, the next to go, 43 years of age. He's represented Japan at every Paralympic Winter Games since 2006, when the Winter Paralympics were last in Italy. He tried to qualify for Tokyo, the Paralympic Summer Games in 2020 as a para-cyclist, but missed out on the quota spot, so came back to para-skiing.
incredibly experienced campaigner.
Break it. Stop the clock at 1:23:13 and goes 15. Bib 32, Marcus Nilsen Krasto of Norway, the 24-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games. His best results 4 years ago was 19th in the slalom. Interesting, he's not racing slalom this time round. Pick him up in this section. It comes towards the Romello, which is right here, the third time split.
Carrying a nice line through Romello, coming down through these final small rollers down through to the final jump.
Nilsen Grasto over the final jump, and he goes 7.60 off the pace. Well, another pause in proceedings. Tyler McKenzie due out next. And the realization for Robin Kusch that he has taken the gold medal here. There's going to be so much going through there, isn't there? Because he set himself this goal, but then there's all that external pressure when you've delivered so consistently over a World Cup season, and you know that this is your moment, this is it. There isn't tomorrow or any other time, it's right now. And he's delivered under that pressure, which is why you're seeing this sort of reaction.
Incredibly special reactions and moments for Kusch. There is the knowledge that you have the ability to deliver that performance, and then the expectation through that season, but then to actually deliver it and become reality is another thing altogether.
Yeah.
Incredibly special moments.
So we're almost ready for McKenzie. 6 more remain in the standing race before we turn our attention to the final class, which is the men's sitting. Must be the shade of the Tofana Schuss that makes it look murky, because it definitely is not murky.
There's some pretty towering cliffs.
Full commitment. Come on, Matt. Let's go, T-Mac. Come on.
Tyler McKenzie of the United States of America on track, the 34-year-old in his first Paralympic Winter Games. Had his first World Cup top 10 this season, but it came in slalom in Fellberg. So a racer that might be interested. He's down into the back seats over the Duca d'Aosta, and he's fine. The hand goes up immediately. Yeah, you just saw just the weight in the wrong position.
The importance in preparing for the jump, making sure you're over the top of the skis so that as you take off and move through the air, your weight and balance stay over the top of the ski. And here he's just landed on the back edge of that ski and slid straight out. Good to see he's okay.
Yeah, and then that also shows you that, yes, while it is an individual sport and obviously everyone wants to win, there is that sort of team mentality when you see one of your fellow competitors go down. there is that shot that you want them obviously to stay upright, but then if they're not upright, to be okay.
There is so much uncertainty in alpine ski racing. It is the nature of the game, and so everybody has been through an experience like that in a race course. Everybody knows what it feels like, and so when you see a teammate, a competitor, whoever it might be, go down, your first thoughts are knowing what they might be going through and hoping they're okay. They really are very small moments that can create a crash or an outcome like that. Just the smallest mistake or change can cause a crash on a race course like this downhill.
Yeah, it's been two interesting parts, isn't there? There's the Duque d'Aosta jump that's caught a number of people out, and the entry to Romerlo. Those have been the sort of the two key parts of this track.
That's right. The key to the Romerlo is it's such a long, wide turn. It requires a real strong edge set and the ability to glide for such a long period of time around these long gates. And that is technically incredibly advanced to be able to hold. And then when you add the snow condition underneath that being a little bit softer, makes it even more challenging to hold that edge set through that turn and have that line up correct so that as you exit that big turn through the Romerlo, you're on the line, the precise line for that next gate. And as we've seen, a few athletes have drifted wide coming through that section.
And Tyler McKenzie making his way down. He's going to be siphoned off just around here, isn't it? Yeah, there he is. Ski down the side from there. So, course is clear. Nothing will have been checked. And next racer, Li Biao, is on top of those skis. So let's see how the Chinese athlete goes. 5 non-finishers so far, and we've got 5 more races to go. Li Biao of the People's Republic of China out of the start hut, the 27-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games. Top 30 finishes in Beijing 4 years ago. What can he do here as he comes to the Duque d'Aosta, tries to drive it forward to compress the jump and does a not bad job of it. Through Delta into Diagonale. And as he comes across here, right to left, he'll get hard on that left ski through the Gran Curvone. Here it comes now. Double gate that sends him into Scarpadon.
He's navigated it nicely, Li Biao. Moving nicely down this mountain, carrying good speed.
This section known as Festus, which sets him up for the entry into Romerlo, which comes now on this left-footed turn. Oh, and he's down. Oh. Weight in the back seat, and it's another one that goes down in Romerlo. You can see the cambers pushing you down that way to skiers right as we, or skiers left.
You've got to fight gravity with that directional change.
So this, I think, is Sun. This is Yang Gong from the People's Republic of China, 27 years of age, his second Paralympic Winter Games. Slalom and super combined in 22. With a best finish of 13th in the slalom. Yan was 2 seconds off the pace at the first intermediate, 5 at the second and 7 now. Familiar noise of the drone following Yang going down. Yang stops the clock, 1:27.98, goes into 18th. Bib 36, Sun Hong Cheng. And Sun raced speed back in Beijing in 2022. It then took 2.5 years off after Beijing and returned and made his World Cup debut in March of 2025.
Carrying a nice line through this section of the race course.
Into Festus. As the coach is there on his left-hand side, and now it's setting himself up for the entry into a Merlot. Hard on that left ski. Just getting pushed down to his left-hand side, but
nice job through there.
Yep. Kush's time 1:17.79. His compatriot Jan is 1:27.98. Not to beat. Makes a mistake. And he won't get a time. Bernt Marius Røstad of Norway, the next to go, 28 years of age. Started racing FIS races, which is the level below Europa Cup, which is the level below World Cup in December 25. Made his World Cup debut this season. 3 races in giant slalom. Part of the Salomon free ski ride team. Stars in his own film, his story, and what a remarkable film it is too. Good job. 17th position, and the adrenaline's pumping through him. Martin Kupka, Slovakia, the next to go, 49 years of age. Raced in Whistler back in 2010, and he finished 12th in the Super G. Trying to get himself into that aerodynamic position. .62, just out to 6.72, so he skied that middle section really well. To lose just a 10th through there, where a lot of others have been losing seconds, is a really good ski.
And an excellent save with one leg up in the air.
No, he's gone. Oh yeah, he went the wrong side of the gate, didn't he? I'm not sure. It's hard to tell from that angle, but the way his body reacted and the way he's shaking his head, I think he skied outside the gate, isn't he?
It did look that way.
I don't know. We shall wait and see. That looked like a DNF to me. So Robin Kusch, an emotional Robin Kusch, wins the men's downhill standing. Milano Cortina 2026. The men's downhill standing won by Robin Kusch of Switzerland, Alder Bochet of France, the silver medal, and Alexei Bugaev of Russia, the bronze. As we work our way through. A tough race that took a number of racers out. The men's downhill sitting here at Milano Cortina 2026. The defending downhill champion is Corey Peters of New Zealand. He goes second. Pedersen is the world champion and World Cup downhill winner, and Jeroen Kramscher was the quickest in training, a time of 1:17:38, and we've seen those training times bettered throughout, but that is the sort of ballpark figure that we are looking at in this sitting category. So the 1 minute call given to Moritaki. It's been a long day for these men's sit skiers, isn't it?
That's right. They're always at the end of the schedule, so they're accustomed to this and now ready for their opportunity at Paralympic glory.
And the reason for that is because of the weight of the sit ski, isn't it, that creates ruts and divots in the piste.
That's right. So they generally like to allow the athletes with a vision impairment to have the cleanest course, the safest course. And then with the weight of the sit skis, it does rut up the course a lot. And so that is why they are generally at the back end of the schedule.
The men's downhill sitting at Milano Cortina 2026 underway, and it's Mori Taiki of Japan who gets us underway. The 45-year-old made his Paralympic Winter Games debut back in 2002 in Salt Lake City. 4 times a silver medalist, giant slalom in 06, downhill in 2010, Super G in 2014, downhill in 2018. Picked up the bronze 4 years ago.
An incredible seasoned campaigner, and we can see that now with this attacking style down the mountain. He's carrying some brilliant speed.
Coming out of diagonally into this long right-hander, Brancovoni. Got to try and stay in the line, flies off there and just gets the direction all wrong. And Mori Taiki, I'm afraid, will be a DNF. He was absolutely motoring, he just got the direction wrong off the terrain change.
Twisted in that air, and that is all it takes.
Look how far he's flown. And needed more of an arc on that turn round that gate. Corey Peters of New Zealand, the defending Paralympic Games downhill champion from Beijing, takes to the track. 4th Paralympic Winter Games for him. And he has medalled in the last 2 editions in the downhill. Bronze in 2018. He's also world champion in downhill.
Peters also moving down this hill with an attacking style, rolling through some of those ruts. The men's sitting category used to these tougher conditions, and he is absolutely flying down this hill.
And he said, oh, whoa, 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 what a recovery that is. Peters all over the place. He sort of overcorrected what Mori did before, and he was heading to the nets at vast speed.
What an incredible recovery. That will have cost him significant time, but he is back in the game and he heading down to this finishing area.
Running low, 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 just makes that line as well. There have been a number of mistakes from Peters here. And he'll be relieved when he gets to the bottom here, because there have been some heart-wrenching moments.
This course is bumpy and it is throwing him around.
Peters down, 120.89 for the defending champion. I'm not sure he's going to be defending his title, but I'll tell you what, he's done remarkably well to be down in one piece. This,
Wow.
I mean, look how close he is to the nets.
Look at those angles of his outrigger to that ski. What incredible strength.
Niels de Langen of the Netherlands in his third Paralympic Winter Games, out on track. A couple of medals last time out, silver in slalom, bronze in super combined. And 3 World Championship medals to his name, but none in downhill. And just 900ths off the pace of Peters, but Peters made big mistakes further down the track.
The door is open now for the men's Paralympic downhill sitting champion, with Peters' time likely not going to be on the podium.
3.6 seconds slower, isn't it? Whoa, de Langen gets bumped. Good recovery. He's still behind on the clock, 0.4. Talking to himself all the way down. There you go. There's the green light because of the mistake from Peters.
That self-talk fighting, getting down that mountain as quickly as possible.
The problem you have with the rig is it's because of the suspension. You spend so much time in the air. If you hit a bump, it just pings you into the air. And if you're not in the right direction, you've got absolutely no chance. 120.89 has been beaten. We've got a new best, 119.24. Niels de Langen goes top of the pile. This is seat of the pants stuff, isn't it?
He is fighting hard to move through those ruts and just get himself down that hill. Incredible racing.
Peters knows his title is gone. Kurt Otway of Canada, the next to go. 42 years of age, his third Paralympic Winter Games. He missed Beijing after a massive crash at the World Championships in Lillehammer in 2022, in which he broke his collarbone, 3 ribs in 5 places, 2 torn ligaments and a punctured lung. But he's back for more. Missed the first half of this season and returned in January with 4 podiums in 6 races. 0.48 off the pace. But I think that the time's going to be in the bottom part.
Clean run so far. It is a bumpy track for these sitting men, but he's navigating it nicely so far.
Phenomenal racing from Otway, who's in within 800ths of a second, and it just looks a little bit smoother through the de Langen, although he's wide here.
No,
Otway
he's all right.
does brilliantly well to get it back under control. 119.24.
It's going to be tight.
The time of de Langen, and here comes Otway, who missed Beijing. Can he take the lead away? He's missed it by 1800ths. Great run from Otway, but is it enough for a medal? How far he's flown on the entry into a Merlot.
Incredible strength.
Next to go, Jesper Pedersen of Norway, the 26-year-old in his third Paralympic Winter Games. He dominated last time out. He won 4 gold. The one he missed out on was the downhill when he was the silver medalist. Can he put that right here? He is 2.17 kilometers faster. He's 0.66 the right side of the clock, and now 0.42. Pedersen goes aerial.
He's hawking down this mountain, carrying great speed. How will he navigate through these difficult changes in terrain and these ruts coming through the snow?
Pedersen has won 3 of the 6 downhills on the World Cup this year. 0.72 the right side of the clock. He's podium in 2 of the other 3.
This is a great run.
Oh, that's beautifully taken. Just having that commitment to the cause, happy to go through the air at an angle. And Pedersen, this is superb sit skiing from the Norwegian. 1:19.24 is going to be smashed by over a second. 1:18.14. Pedersen goes into top spot. Is it enough for gold though? Super skiing from Pedersen. Jeroen Kamscher of the Netherlands, who was quickest in training. Kamscher, second Paralympic Winter Games as a gold medalist in super combined in 2018, silver in 22. He won 1 downhill this season, 2 second places and a 3rd place. .46, the wrong side of the clock at the first split. He's on a mission. Oh, no, Kamscher down. Oh, it's a big crash for Jeroen Kamscher. Well, the reaction at the bottom tells you all. Kamscher, who was the quickest in training, that is a big, big fall. And everybody at the bottom just in a little bit of shock at the moment. And hopefully Kamscher is okay, because that was nasty. He was absolutely motoring. He had the green light. Well, let's have a look here. Oh no, 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 going backwards.
Oh, that is a big crash.
Well, it is a big crash, but looking at it technically, he sort of goes down, he's on the steep section, and then the ski comes off, doesn't it? He hasn't been high-sided out of it, which arguably could have been worse. And the ski detaching always looks very dramatic,
That's
but actually, it's a safety feature that actually means the racer doesn't get hurt as much.
Exactly. The ski has released exactly the way it is supposed to under the intense impact of a hit like that.
And if you're going to have a fall such as that, you actually want it on a steep section, because then the slope sort of takes the speed. You're not hitting, your body's not taking the speed when it hits a flat section.
And it would appear he
looks okay. Yeah, he looks okay. That's a real shame, because he was a real medal potential. And
that's the difficulty of downhill racing.
But you can see even with Pedersen and De Langen's reaction that you know, they almost wanted him to finish, because they want to know that they've beaten everybody.
That's right.
That their closest rivals.
That's right. And also the acknowledgement that it could have just as easily been one of them. It's such a tough run to get down with the course conditions for these male sit skiers. It doesn't take much to get thrown off like that and it eventuate into a crash. We've seen how much the men before him have been fighting that run to get down as quick as possible. There is so much that can throw you off guard.
Yeah, just giving him the thumbs up, and he's just saying, I just need a little bit of patience. And Pedersen looking very, very emotional down the bottom there. This is the one he missed out on in Beijing. And he's got a real chance. Let's have a look at Pedersen. Fantastic sit skiing from the Norwegian.
He knows he's put down a great run.
Yeah. just having a word with Niels de Langen, Way of Canada. He's in third. So 2 of our top 6 are DNS. Yeah, and that would indicate that they're just trying to work out the rig. Or has he been in? Oh no, there's the binding's broken. Okay. Okay, the binding's broken on his other ski. Don't want to keep your hands under there when he pops them. That could be really dangerous on your fingers. That. Okay, they're in. Well, he looks okay, doesn't he?
He does, yes.
Well, huge disappointment for the Dutch fans. And there will be a sigh of relief that their man is okay.
That is the tough aspect of the Paralympics, happening once every 4 years, is that one small moment and all of your dreams completely disappear.
Yeah.
But he's okay, and that is the most important thing.
Yeah. Well, they negotiated the vast percentage of the track, hadn't he?
It was a beautiful run.
Obviously, he doesn't get the noise as he crosses the line as well. We'll get it in the Super G.
Plenty of racing still to come.
Well, I'm assuming the whistling is coming from Andrew Kirker to just keep himself calm and collected.
It's just like any other day. Carries nicely down the Tofana Schuss.
One used to whistle hi ho, hi ho. I remember. Andrew Kirker of the United States, the Paralympic Winter Games downhill champion in 2018, is out the start hut. The 34-year-old in his 3rd Paralympic Winter Games. 3 podiums this season, 2 third places and a 2nd. And can he disrupt the current podium, which is led currently by Jesper Pedersen of Norway? 0.69. The wrong side of the clock for the American. Nice work from Kirker as he comes to the Gran Corvone. He's just getting bounced around a little bit, can't get that clean arc all the way through, and then gets thrown into the air on the entry into Scarpadon.
As we've seen, anything can happen in this on this race course at the moment, so staying upright is just as important, and he knows how to send it down this mountain. He is a speed demon, Kirker.
Getting very straight and a little late in the line. Look how far he flies, and he's gone down on the inside, but he's got himself back up, but all the pace is gone. You can see him nodding and trying to accelerate his rig. There was a great recovery.
All of that pace.
Did he miss a gate? Well, 5:15, he's not going to trouble the podium. Huge disappointment for Andrew Kirker. He didn't make that gate.
He washes off all of the speed. He keeps it upright. That is hard to come back from.
Nicola Pisca-Hudson of Chile next to go. And Pisca-Hudson, 0.63 off the pace. of the first split. Cavone
washes out a little bit of speed.
Oh, he's gone down on the inside.
Ooh.
He's okay. Fortunately for him, it was the rig that took the gate, not his body or face, because that hurts. He's okay. Let's have another look.
Lands with the ski in the wrong direction and just instantly goes down and takes that hit.
Disappointment for the Chile fans at the bottom. They've been waiting a long time and they're not going to see their man come down over the finish line. So bib 47, Suzuki Takeshi just being held. Been a number of course holds, haven't there, today? Does make life difficult. Like you said, it's a part and parcel of Alpine racing, isn't it? So just heard there the course is clear and that 47 is in the gate. Seconds until Suzuki gets himself underway, and all the while conditions softening under ski. Suzuki Takeshi, a couple of last deep breaths before he takes on the challenge of the Olympia della Tofana. Suzuki Takeshi of Japan on course made his Paralympic Winter Games debut in Torino back in 2006. Was the slalom champion in 2014. He was third in the downhill that year. 2010, he was third in giant slalom. Four-time a world champion, twice in slalom, once in super combined, once in GS. He won his slalom gold back in 2014 on the 17th anniversary of the accident that resulted in him losing his legs.
An incredible run so far here. Such an experienced campaigner. He's been here, he's done it all before, and right now he's getting the job done.
He's cut the deficit by 900ths of a second. So if he can ski this middle section here cleanly, there's time to be had. Just runs a little wide. You saw a big plume of snow come off the ski as he tried to make it skiers left to the next gate, and it's resulted in some time lost, but that's a good line through the entry to Romerlo.
Now let's see how he navigates this difficult section where there's been a number of mistakes from racers. Oh!
He's running very fast. Oh, he's only just made that gate. 1:18.14, and he stops the clock at 1:21.27. He goes fifth. He was very close to going straight through that gate.
Incredible to get around that turn and make it and stay in that course.
That was further up before the entry into a Merlot. Brian Rowland of Canada, the next to go. Second Paralympic Winter Games for him. Took up paraskiing in 2017 and began competing in 2018. 10th in the Super G was his best result in 2022. So keen wake surfer, won the Canadian Wake Surfing Championships in the adaptive category back in 2019.
Clean run so far from the Canadian.
Coming down through Festus. Oh, he's gone down.
Oh.
Gone down. Just got spun around. Nothing dramatic in that fall, so he's going to be okay. But Rowland, I'm afraid, out of the men's downhill. Let's have another look at it. Just gets it wrong off the jump, off this terrain change. Thirteen remain, and the first of them is René Di Silvestro of Italy, the 29-year-old in his third Paralympic Winter Games. He's also represented Italy in para-athletics in javelin, but he's a technical skier as opposed to a speed skier. That's where his success has come. But this will be all about the Alpine combined, getting an understanding of the track. I'll tell you what though, 0.9 is decent. He's very much in touch with 1.28 separating the podium. This is a good run from Di Silvestro.
It's clean skiing. He's managed to navigate and not get stuck in some of those ruts that are throwing previous races around.
1.75 off the pace. That's good enough for a top four. Oh, he's got the line wrong there, is he? No, that's really good.
It's okay. That's a nice run.
The fans in the finish area are going absolutely wild as René Di Silvestro over the final jump. Where's he going to slot in? The answer is fourth, 2.39 off the pace. What a run that is.
The home crowd are going absolutely berserk.
Tell you what, if he can produce something like this on Alpine Combined Day, he's going to give himself a real shot at a medal. Josh Hanlon of Australia, the next to go, the 28-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games. Sixth in the slalom.
Oh!
And Hanlon's down, and Hanlon has taken out a lot of the
branding,
but that sounded like it was ski first, rig first as opposed to body first. Let's have another look. It's coming out of Delta.
Goes wide into some of the soft snow.
Yeah, ski
Slides
first.
out.
Yeah, ski first through all those banners. Let's get into a flatter part of the track so he can get the ski back on. Well, touchwood so far, everybody who's gone down has been able to ski their way off the mountain. Yeah, just had too much of a turn to make, didn't he? And as soon as the seat hit the deck, he was always in trouble. So is the binding okay? Or has it broken? No, he's okay, is he?
Getting instructions to safely exit the course.
Well, a long wait for the Australian fans, and sadly for them, they're, well, teammates in some instances.
Hanlon is a tech specialist, has had his best results in the technical events, so keep an eye out for him later in the week in his preferred events.
Well, Pedersen on the verge of a clean sweep of titles, having missed out on the downhill title in Beijing. 1:18.14, and looking down the list, can't see anybody that's going to challenge him, but of course, more than happy to be proved wrong. Another who's delivered on that tag of pre-race favourite. Well, it's a perfect start for him. Very smart jumpers.
It might be a bit warm for the current climate.
Let me know when you turn up.
Great to see the stands packed with excited fans.
Ah, well, the Argentinians are up next. Enrique Plante next to go. Been a long wait for them. Started about 3 hours and 12 minutes ago. Now it's Enrique's turn.
The vibes are high.
Well, the Dutch haven't had a bad day, and they were hoping for gold here in Kramscher. He had that big fall. Well, that young man to the right with the plaster on his chin, he's got a power stop on. He's doing all the games.
He's a gamer.
Why wouldn't
lucky?
You? Wow,
going from one to
new definition of gaming.
One Paralympics to the next sounds pretty good to me.
Very nice. Lucky boy.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that far side of the valley looking a little on the bare side. In the sun for most of the day. And another course hold. And like you're saying, it's not that much of a surprise when you have such soft conditions for there to be as many crashes as this.
That's right. Paralympic downhill racing, generally you want a hard-packed snow surface that allows the ski edge to cut through the snow and hold pressure. There's so much force going through the skis of these athletes, and so when the snow surface underfoot is that little bit softer, it means when the athlete puts that pressure and force through the ski edge to generate speed, if the snow surface can't hold that pressure, then the snow surface will collapse underneath you, and that's where we see the skis slide out or wash out, as we've seen in a number of instances today.
So we're almost ready to go again. Bib number 51 of 61 in total.
Seconds.
Enrique Plante comes forward in preparation for his downhill run. Enrique Plante of Argentina on track, his 4th Paralympic Winter Games for him. A best finish of 4th in giant slalom 4 years ago. And started to ski professionally as a 21-year-old after a trip to Colorado. Some 20-odd years ago, and just a second off the pace at the first split as he goes into Delta. Taking on the diagonale, set himself up for this big right-hander through Gancavone.
Oh, he's just washed off a little bit of speed there. He had dropped his line low on that gate, washed out the speed and the ski to make the next turn, but that time will cost him further down this track.
A shame, because he'd found a third of a second through diagonale and Gancavone. 58.3, yeah, it's over a second now, nearly a second and a half. Oh, and he gets bounced and he is down and he's out. Oh, so the Argentinian fans in the bottom won't get to see their man home in a racing capacity. It's the second little terrain change that got him.
Yeah, hits the compression here off the jump. And then just can't hold himself upright with that change of direction. There's so much force coming through these sit skis when they come through rolling sections and off jumps. There's the initial compression once they hit the ground, and then they have to withstand that compression, not throwing them back up again, so that they can continue down that race course. The shock absorption through them is paramount and critical to part of their equipment piece.
Well, he's getting the cheers of his fans in the finish area. He'll be back. Tijn Speksnijder of the Netherlands, the next to go in his first Paralympic Winter Games. Raced tech at the World Champs in 2025. He's mainly a tech skier, but he is racing all 5 disciplines here. Raced downhill for the first time this season on the World Cup in Meribel. Finished 6th.
The complexity of this men's sitting downhill. In the stats at this stage, we have had more athletes with a did not finish than have completed the course at this stage, and that shows how treacherous this run and these conditions are making things for the final event on today's Paralympic program.
Speksnijder doing a good job. 2.83 down at the last intermediate. Here comes the third one after this gate here. 2.83 now reads 5.54. And here he comes, Speksnijder, almost going to get flipped out the side, but good recovery. Speksnijder over the final jump, and will finish in a time of 1:26.22. Well, we've had 14 down, 7 finish.
There we go.
Pascal Christen of Switzerland, the next out of the start-up, the 33-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games.
Oh no.
But unfortunately for Christen, he is out of the downhill. That looks like that's the Duca d'Aosta in which he's come down. Here's the Duca d'Aosta.
Oh. It's a bump and gets thrown around. That's all it'll take.
Looks like the Robin Couche fan club. Pop Robin on the caps. And the guy in the blue jacket. No, I thought that might be Uncle Didier. China next in the start hut. And this is Christen just making his way down. We usually have exit points further out. He's found the exit point now. Niels de Langen, he is in second spot. Liang Zilu from the People's Republic of China out on track, 25 years of age, second Paralympic Winter Games for him. He was third in giant slalom and fourth in super combined last time out. So this will be a sighter for Alpine combined. And if he skis it nicely, well, then that will be an added bonus, you think. 2.07 off the pace at the first split. Coming into Diagonale. Now, that's just a fantastic shot of Gain Carbone as it goes round into Scarpadon.
A clean run so far, and as we've seen with this category, sometimes one of the most important aspects is getting to the bottom first and foremost, with racing coming afterwards when there are conditions as treacherous as this.
Just on that overhead, you can see that there's a rather tricky diagonal roller going across the piece. If you take on a sit ski at an angle, it can easily throw you off balance, as we have seen. Liang is going to finish, and 1:25.28 slides up in front of Speck Snyder and below Suzuki. China fans happy.
3, 2,
Christoph Damas, the next to challenge. Damas from Switzerland, 23 years of age. First Paralympic Winter Games, racing all disciplines. So his goals when he first set out was to race at the Paralympic Winter Games and to score World Cup points. Well, tick and tick for Christoph Damas, so back to the drawing board for new goals.
That's right, time to set yourself.
Oh, he's got it sideways. I think he's still on track. Yeah. He's okay. Just had a little bit of a check.
He'll have dumped a lot of speed through the check.
Well, saying that, but he's still going quite quickly, isn't he? I mean, I thought he'd be going a bit slow, but it just shows you how steep that part of the track is. I know, he's got too tight. And he's missed
He's missed the gate.
Yeah, he's got too tight on the entry into Romello. Oh, we've never seen anybody get that tight. That was a good rescue. And then here, oh yeah, he goes down, yeah. and the ski bites and it takes him up above the gate. He's still going at 50% finish rate. Ravi Drugan of the United States of America, the 36-year-old in his second Paralympic Winter Games. He was a monoscone at 4 editions of the X Games. He won bronze in 2015. Let's see how Drugan goes here. 1.98 off the pace. Oh, that's beautifully taken through there.
Yeah, lovely.
Just very quiet on the ski, wasn't it? Just the ski just went round the corner.
Just gliding, which is a key aspect of this Paralympic downhill when the turns are so long. Being able to glide will ensure you can maintain and generate speed, particularly through the changing terrain, as we've got the steeper sections and the flatter sections where the gliding is paramount in its importance.
Yeah, the gliding and carving, you won't see any or very little snow coming off the tail of the ski. It's when it's sliding across the snow that you see that plume of snow.
Nice landings coming off those jumps as well. He's controlling things beautifully.
Nice work from the American Drugan. Oh, the final jump, 1:26.09, slides into 8th place. Blake Eaton of the United States of America, the next to go, the 21-year-old who only has 2 downhill results under his belt. More of a tech skier with Super G thrown into the mix.
Great opportunity for him to get experience on this race hill. Later in the week with the technical disciplines, the race will be on this run. Just start hut a little bit lower down on the mountain. So getting experience in this on this mountain with these race conditions is really valuable for a rookie Paralympic debut.
4.24, 8.39 at the second split. He seems to be losing his way a little bit. He's still on the track. Oh, yeah, that looked shovel first, and that landing, and he's gone. Let's get that sit ski round. Let's have a look. Watch here. Shovel down. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, it wasn't tiring enough getting down the track. You then got to try and get yourself upright when you've gone down.
The difficulty with soft snow, when you push down to try and bring yourself back up, you just end up sinking. But good to see he's okay.
He's got himself upright. And we've got 4 more races to go. Chen Liang from the People's Republic of China, 28 years of age, 2nd Paralympic Winter Games for him. 6th in giant slalom back in 2022 is his best result. Only races tech races on the World Cup.
Oh!
Still going, still on. Good recovery. But again, this will be another who is looking forward to Alpine combined, and he'll want to be seeing all of this track. I know he's done training, but slightly different under race day conditions. Is that this
Race
shade?
day.
I know that shade coming out of Gran Carbone, very difficult for the athletes to adjust the eyesight.
Visibility incredibly difficult when you come through that undulating visual changes. Not only do you have the undulations of the mountain, but you've got the flickering of the shade coming in and out, and then being able to...
It just bounced straight back up.
Being able to pick up the gate in front of you is just so difficult visually when you're at speed. So many variabilities going on for these athletes.
And it's all those ruts as well that you can't see. Oh. Well, Liang, it's been an interesting run. Down twice, bounced back up both times, goes into 10th.
Great being able to hear the athletes self-talk and giving themselves that motivation and encouragement to work through any mistakes that might be happening, any things happening out of their control that they need to adapt to.
Here's the first one. Here's the second one.
Oh,
Have some of that, and then he just pops right back up again.
straight back into it.
David Williams, the United States of America, the 46-year-old in his 2nd Paralympic Winter Games. Raced Super G and giant slalom in Beijing, was a DNF in both of those. So let's see if Williams can get himself to the bottom of the downhill. Well, down but up. And good recovery skills into Gran Carbone. And this time, no, he is down and out, and he's not going to make it back to that gate on the right. Disappointing for Williams. DNF for him. Two more remain at the top of the hill. Yeah, coming down the side of the piece off the racing line. An ultimate racer of the day. Robert Enigal of the United States. Breeds golden retrievers. Back home.
Wow.
There you go.
We'll have fun. The other day skiing fast. Nothing to worry about.
Like that. Go and have fun.
It's a great piece of advice. Pretty special moment to be at a Paralympic Games, and sometimes it's easy to sit back and take it all in and absorb how special a moment it is.
Ski with a smile on your face, do you reckon that helps improve your performance?
I'd like to think so.
Yeah. See, commentate with a smile on your face. Improve performance.
Can't say I always skied with a smile on my face though.
Let's go around, come on.
Robert Enigal of the United States of America out on track, 2nd Paralympic Winter Games for the 42-year-old who took up the sport in 2015. Raced tech back in Beijing, the best of 15th in the slalom. And he's enjoying himself.
He's having fun.
Nicely done. We do get Aosta through Delta. These opening turns have looked very smooth, haven't they?
He's doing a great job navigating down this mountain.
We've seen some sort of been bouncing around all over the place, but Enicle's just, at the moment, just turning beautifully on his rig.
He'll have had the conversation with his coaches up the course about whether to change strategy. Sometimes those ruts become so deep that if you take a slightly wider line to miss the rut, it is actually a faster way down the mountain than trying to navigate through a bouncy rut that might throw you off direction. And so far, he's doing a great job.
Here's the last time split. The entry to Merlot. Well, good work from Enicle, who isn't a speed man. And it's been a smooth ride to this point. And he's going to get to the bottom. Enicle finishes in a time of 1:26.14, slides into 9th place. Good work.
Ski fast and have fun.
Yeah, well, he did that, I think.
He's happy.
And so he should be. I thought that was a really good run. Final one to race, Ali Velasquez Penaloza of Mexico with bib 61, and he is down coming into Delta, and that's not, don't want to be going backwards. Sit ski.
Looked like he went through a big rut and it has just thrown him.
Just needs to get himself around and get that ski downhill of him. Let's have another look at it. Oh, disappointment for the Mexican fans. He's been pulled upright. Jesper Pedersen gets the gold medal that eluded him in Beijing. And he takes the men's downhill sitting. Great ski from the Norwegian. So the final results of the men's downhill sitting. Jesper Pedersen of Norway takes the gold, Niels de Langen of the Netherlands silver, and Kurt Oatway of Canada the bronze medal. And of the 23 that started, only 11 finished. Tough day at the office for the sit skiers in the men's downhill. Oh, what a day of racing we have had here in Cortina d'Ampezzo. Day one of Alpine action, and it has delivered on all fronts. Been a fascinating morning of skiing, hasn't it?
Yes, this Milano Cortina Paralympic downhill has had thrills, spills, fast skiing action. What an incredible opening day of the Alpine skiing program here at the Paralympic Winter Games.
Well, the crowd have certainly been treated to a spectacle, and we have the victory ceremonies happening in the finish area, so those are to come as well. But magnificent view of these spectacular mountains in northern Italy.
There are the unofficial results for the men's downhill specific event. Does indeed include action on the side.
For the broken hearted, a silent prayer for faith departed. I ain't gonna be just a face in the crowd. I'm gonna hear my voice when I shout. It's my
Protest time has started. This lasts for 15 minutes.
Il periodo di protesta è iniziato in questo momento per 15 minuti.
ceremonies will take place in just a few minutes' time. Please stay with us. We're going to celebrate incredible achievements and moments you see here. Such a special event.
La nostra cerimonia di premiazione inizierà tra pochi minuti. Invitiamo a restare con noi per celebrare insieme i traguardi e i momenti straordinari che hanno reso questo evento così speciale.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's downhill vision impaired.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della discesa donne ipovedenti.
So welcome back to Cortina d'Ampezzo. We're about to have the victory ceremony for the women's downhill vision impaired.
Will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Ms. Leila Marquez, Vice President of the International Paralympic Committee.
Vicepresidente Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale.
Accompanied by
Accompagnata da
Mr. Andrea Fanier, CEO of Milano Cortina 2026.
Amministratore delegato Milano Cortina 2026.
Bronze medalists representing Slovakia.
Medaglia di bronzo per la Slovacchia, Aleksandra Rexova e la guida Sofia Polak.
Alexandra Rexova and Sofia Polak, the bronze medal. They've had a good season on the World Cup with 6 podiums in 6 races, and they've delivered here on race day at the Paralympic Winter Games 2026. A first Paralympic Winter Games medal for Alexandra Rexova and her guide, Sofia Polak. Congratulations to Alexandra Rexova and Sofia Polak.
Medalists representing Italy.
Medaglia d'argento per l'Italia, Chiara Mazzel e la guida Nicola Cottini.
Chiara Mazzel and Nicola Cottini picking up the silver medal as wins across all categories this season. One in Santa Caterina back at the start of this Paralpine season, and she's brought it home on home snow to win Italy's first Paralpine medal at these Milano Cortina 2026 Paralympic Winter Games. Congratulations to Chiara Mazza and Nicola Cottini, her guide, for silver in the women's downhill vision impaired.
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Austria.
Medaglie d'oro e campionesse paralimpiche per l'Austria, Veronica Aigner e la guida Lilly Sommer.
But it's the Austrian pair of Veronica Aigner and her guide Lilly Sammer that take the top spot. Gold medal in Beijing in giant slalom and slalom, with her new guide Lilly Sammer after her sister tore her ACL last month. What a comeback, what a story this is for this pair. Superb performance by Veronica Aigner and Lilly Sammer. Gold medalists in the women's downhill vision impaired, Veronica Aigner and Lilly Sammer.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Austria.
Signore e signori, se potete, vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno dell'Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, le vincitrici delle medaglie paralimpiche.
Well, what a race we have had. And Veronica Aigner just showing her quality.
An incredible athlete, and look out for her over the rest of this Paralympic campaign.
So the women's downhill vision impaired. Gold for Veronica Aigner and Lily Sammer. Silver for Chiara Matzel and Nicola Cotti-Catini. And bronze for Alexandra Exova and Sofia Polak. So the first medals in the Alpine program, have been awarded. And the medalists leave the field of play for yet more press interviews, which will go long into the afternoon, I am sure. Day off tomorrow for the athletes. Back into action with the Super G on day 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's downhill standing.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della discesa donne standing.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo le vincitrici.
So the victory ceremony for the women's downhill standing. And the athletes being led out with Aurélie Richard, who picked up the silver at the head of the trio.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Johan Elias, President of the International Ski and Snowboard Federation.
Presidente della Federazione Internazionale Sci e Snowboard.
Accompanied by
Accompagnato da
Dr. Mike Peters, Chief Executive Officer of the International Paralympic Committee.
amministratore delegato Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale.
Bronze medalist representing Russian Federation.
Medaglia di bronzo per la Federazione Russa Varvara Voronchikina.
Varvara Voronchikina in her first Paralympic Winter Games delivers with a medal in her first race. A couple of podiums on the World Cup, twice second in Selbach Interglemm earlier in the season. She medalled at every event at the 2022 World Championships, winning Super G and Super Combined, so she is going to be a threat for the other two on this women's downhill standing podium. But congratulations, Varvara Voronchikina, the bronze medalist.
Silver medalist representing France.
Medaglia d'argento per la Francia Aurélie Richard.
Aurélie Richard of France picks up the silver medal. She's had an outstanding season. Topped the Crystal Globe, topped the overall on the World Cup this year. Topped the downhill standings, winning 4 of 6. But the two she came second in were won by the lady who beat her here on the opening day of action in Milano Cortina. Aurélie Richard of France is the silver medalist in the women's downhill standing.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Sweden.
Medaglia d'oro e campionessa paralimpica per la Svezia Ebba Orshaw.
Ebba Orshaw of Sweden, who won gold in Super Combined and Slalom 4 years ago. She was a bronze medalist in Beijing 2022. Milano Cortina 2026 though sees her go up the podium 2 steps. A brilliant performance from the Swede, who took her form from the last round of downhills in team, brought it here to Milano Cortina 2026 and has delivered the gold. Gold medalist in the women's downhill standing, Ebba Orshaw of Sweden.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Sweden.
Signore e signori, se potete, vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno della Svezia.
emotional moments for Eva Arsjö of Sweden as she hears her national anthem for the first time here in Milano Cortina 2026. The women's downhill standings: Eva Arsjö of Sweden the gold, Aurélie Richard of France the silver, and Varvara Bonchakina of Russian Federation the bronze. Well, Arsjö absolutely brilliant today, wasn't she?
Incredible racing. She is going to have an incredible week with the way she is skiing. If she can continue this form, look out for her in every single one of our Alpine races. 500ths of a second between first and second. That was the closest race of the day. Richard, that will whet her appetite for the Super G. Another day is another race and another opportunity to win a Paralympic gold medal.
Well, congratulations to all three, who I'm sure will be hunting for more as we go through this Alpine programme here at Milano Cortina 2026.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the women's downhill sitting.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della discesa donne sitting.
So the last of the
Please welcome
ceremonies
the medalists.
for the
Accogliamo
women.
le vincitrici.
At Alpine, Audrey Pascal-Secol. What an extraordinary race this turned out to be. Costa with a great ride to bring home the gold medal.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Bradley Snyder, governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
membro del Consiglio direttivo del Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale.
Accompanied by
Accompagnato da
Miss Christina Malloy, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the International Paralympic Committee.
vice amministratore delegato del Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale.
Bronze medalist, representing People's Republic of China.
Medaglia di bronzo per la Repubblica Popolare Cinese Liu Sitong.
Liu Sitong, a bronze medalist 4 years ago on home snow, delivers yet another bronze. A great ski from her. And one podium in Santa Caterina on the World Cup this season. And she saves her second downhill podium for downhill day at the Paralympic Winter Games 2026. Great timing from the athlete from the People's Republic of China. Liu Sitong, the bronze medalist in the women's downhill sitting.
Silver medalist representing Spain.
Medaglia d'argento per la Spagna, Audrey Pascuala Secco.
Audrey Pascuala Secco, in her first Paralympic Winter Games, takes the silver medal. Is one of the top favourites, along with Forster, having won 4 of 6 downhills on the World Cup this season. But she was unable to deliver, but only just. And it looks like Pascual Secco and Forster are going to have a real battle here in Milano Cortina. Audrey Pascual Secco of Spain wins silver in the women's downhill sitting.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Germany.
Medaglia d'oro e campionessa paralimpica per la Germania, Annalena Forster.
Annalena Forster, a silver medalist 4 years ago in Beijing, goes one better here in Milano Cortina. A superb ride from her, and gets that gold medal around her neck by just 5/100ths of a second. She won the opening 2 downhills of the season in Santa Caterina in Italy, and was then second behind Pascual Secco. But here on downhill day, she takes gold. Annalena Forster of Germany wins gold in the women's downhill sitting.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Germany.
Signore e signori, se potete, vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno della Germania.
Gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, le vincitrici delle medaglie paralimpiche.
The medalists in the women's downhill sitting. Annalena Forster of Germany wins gold. Audrey Pascual Secco of Spain wins silver. And Liu Sitong of the People's Republic of China, the bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's downhill vision impaired.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della discesa uomini ipovedetti.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo i vincitori.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Johan Elias, President of the International Ski and Snowboard Federation.
Presidente della Federazione Internazionale Sci e Snowboard,
Accompanied by
accompagnato da
Mr. Michel Vion, Secretary General of the International Ski and Snowboard Federation.
Segretario Generale della Federazione Internazionale Sci e Snowboard.
Bronze medalists representing Italy.
Medaglia di bronzo per l'Italia, Giacomo Bertagnoli, Andrea Ravelli.
Giacomo Bertagnoli and Andrea Ravelli, his guide, step onto the podium as they collect bronze in what was a thoroughly entertaining men's downhill vision impaired. And Bertagnoli, who picks up yet another medal. He was third in the downhill in 2018, didn't podium in the speed event back in 2022. But he and his guide, Andrea Ravelli, absolutely delighted, and rightly so, with their performance in the downhill. Bronze medalists in the men's downhill vision impaired, Giacomo Bertagnoli and his guide, Andrea Ravelli.
Silver medalists representing Canada.
Medaglie d'argento per il Canada, Calla Eriksson e la guida Sierra Smith.
Kalle Eriksson and Sierra Smith, his guide, step up, silver medalists. Eriksson in his first Paralympic Winter Games. Had a couple of podiums on the World Cup this season with Smith. And he'll be a real threat in giant slalom, but he's delivered a silver medal for Canada in this men's downhill vision impaired, and that's going to give him so much confidence going through the rest of the program. Superb performance by him. Silver medalists in the men's downhill vision impaired, Kalle Eriksson and his guide Sierra Smith of Canada.
Gold medalists and Paralympic champions representing Austria.
Medaglie d'oro e campioni paralimpici per l'Austria, Johannes Aigner e Nico Haberl.
Johannes Aigner and his guide Nico Haberl step up onto the podium as Aigner successfully defends his Paralympic Winter Games downhill title. And a good day for the Aigner family as his sister Veronica takes gold in the women's downhill vision impaired. He's dominated the downhill season on the World Cup. He is the reigning world champion, and yet he continues to deliver when the expectation is there. A superb ski from Johannes Aigner. He's just 20 years of age. Gold medalist in the men's downhill vision impaired, Johannes Aigner, and his guide, Nico Habel.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Austria.
Signore e signori, se potete, vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno dell'Austria.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, i vincitori delle medaglie paralimpiche.
The medalists in the men's downhill vision impaired, Johannes Aigner and his guide Nico Habel take gold, Kalle Eriksson and Sierra Smith the silver, and Giacomo Bertagnoli and Andrea Ravelli the bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's downhill standing.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della discesa uomini standing.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo I vincitori.
The medal ceremony for the men's downhill standing. Fascinating race that delivered real drama up on the Olympia nella Tofane.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Miss Robin Smith-Owen, governing board member of the International Paralympic Committee.
membro del Consiglio direttivo del Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale.
Accompanied by
Accompagnato da
Ms. Vladislava Kravchenko, International Paralympic Committee Athletes Council Chair.
Presidente del Consiglio degli Atleti del Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale.
Bronze medalist representing Russian Federation.
Medaglia di bronzo per la Federazione Russa, Alexei Bugaev.
Well, 12 years after winning silver in Sochi in 2014, Bugaev back on the podium in the fastest discipline of them all. A great performance by him. He racks up yet another Paralympic Winter Games medal. Alexei Bugaev of the Russian Federation wins bronze in the men's downhill standing.
Silver medalist representing France.
Medaglia d'argento per la Francia, Arthur Bauchet.
Arthur Bauchet of France, he was the defending downhill champion from Beijing, but a great ski from him, skiing into second position. He will look to defend his Alpine combine and slalom later on in the schedule. Second in 2018 and second again in 2026. Arthur Bauchet of France wins silver in the men's downhill standing.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Switzerland.
Medaglia d'oro e campione paralimpico per la Svizzera, Robin Kusch.
Robin Kusch of Switzerland wins his first Paralympic Winter Games medal. His best finish before today was 6th in the Super G back in Beijing in 2022. He's been the dominant force in downhill this year. He's won 5 of the 6 on the World Cup. The expectation was there, the pressure was there, and he delivered. Robin Kusch of Switzerland wins gold in the men's downhill standing.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Switzerland.
Signore e signori, se potete, vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno della Svizzera.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, i vincitori delle medaglie paralimpiche.
Oh, the very emotional Robin Kusch. your medalists for the men's downhill standings. Robin Kusch of Switzerland takes gold, Arthur Bauchet of France the silver, and Alexei Bugiev of the Russian Federation bronze.
Ladies and gentlemen, the victory ceremony for the men's downhill sitting.
Signore e signori, la cerimonia di premiazione della discesa uomini sitting.
Please welcome the medalists.
Accogliamo I vincitori.
So the ceremony for the men's downhill sitting at Milano Cortina 2026. And what a contest it proved to be. High attrition rate, 23 starters, just 11 crossed the finish line.
The medals will be presented by
Le medaglie saranno consegnate da
Mr. Josh Duick, International Paralympic Committee Athletes Council Vice Chair.
Vicepresidente del Consiglio degli Atleti del Comitato Paralimpico Internazionale.
Accompanied by
Accompagnato da
Miss Priya Dogra, Chief Executive of Channel 4 Television.
amministratore delegato di Channel 4 Television.
Bronze medalist representing Canada.
Medaglia di bronzo per il Canada, Kurt Otway.
Kurt Otway of Canada wins the bronze medal. Missed Beijing because of a huge crash he had at the World Championships in 2022. His second Paralympic Winter Games medal after gold in the Super G in Pyeongchang in 2018. Only returned to action in January. He's had 4 podiums in 6 races then, make it 5 and 7 now. Winner of the bronze medal in the men's downhill sitting, Kurt Oatway.
Silver medalist representing the Netherlands.
Medaglia d'argento per i Paesi Bassi, Niels de Langen.
Niels de Langen of the Netherlands comes forward to collect his medal. Many Dutch fans might have been expecting Jeroen Kampscher to be on the podium, but he came to grief. But de Langen skied beautifully. And he wins a 3rd Paralympic Winter Games medal. 2nd in the slalom, 3rd in the super combined back in 2022. Niels de Langen of the Netherlands wins silver in the men's downhill sitting.
Gold medalist and Paralympic champion representing Norway.
Medaglia d'oro e campione paralimpico per la Norvegia, Jesper Pedersen.
Jesper Pedersen of Norway, who won 4 golds and 1 silver in Beijing. The 1 silver was in the downhill. Well, he's added the downhill gold to his burgeoning collection of medals and trophies. A superb ski from the Norwegian. And Pedersen will set his sights on retaining his other Paralympic Games titles. Jesper Pedersen, the gold medal winner of the men's downhill sitting.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand if you are able for the anthem of Norway.
Signore e signori, se potete, vi preghiamo di alzarvi per l'inno della Norvegia.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Paralympic medalists.
Signore e signori, i vincitori delle medaglie paralimpiche.
So the medalists in the men's downhill sitting: gold for Jesper Pedersen of Norway, silver for Niels de Langen of the Netherlands, and bronze for Kurt Oatway of Canada. downhill day duly delivered some spectacular action on the opening day of the Alpine programme at Milano Cortina 2026. And the fans and medalists will all go home very happy indeed.
Well, that concludes today's competition. Milano Cortina 2026 Olympic and Paralympic Winter Games Organising Committee, Coach Allen.